They still have some players on defense that are intimidating, but yeah, I got the Lions winning this one too. Despite the Mafia wanting to come over, we're calling on Windsor to do the job at the border, not let them in.
All right, next up, the Lions on the road, Sunday 1 o'clock game in Week 16 at Chicago. Perhaps their lone cold weather game of the year. They don't play a ton of games outdoors this year, but I like this one to potentially be a Detroit Lions fan takeover to clinch the division.
Ooh, well, that's juicy. And listen, at this point, maybe they can. Based on my record, looks like they'll have a chance to. But I see this differently because I'm still. Remember what I said about the Bears? I can see them winning 6 games. I can see them winning 10 games. So I have the Lions splitting these games. So if I have them winning the earlier one, I am losing this one. I am losing at Chicago.
All right, so you got them at 12-3. I got them at 11-4. Headed to the Monday Night Football game, Week 17 at San Francisco. This could be for seeding. Of course, we know what San Francisco brings to the table. They brought in Leonard Floyd defensively. They got one of my favorites in the draft, the running back Isaac Guerrero out of Louisville. I got to tell you, the fact that it's at San Francisco bugs me, but I think it means a ton to the Lions. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give the Lions the win here. I think this is the game where they really prove themselves as Super Bowl contenders rounding into form late in the year. I think the rookie class is starting to make more of an impact. You know, they're not rookies anymore. So I'm going to take Detroit in this game, which will be considered an upset at San Francisco on Monday Night Football to go to 12-4.
Well, because it is on the road and because right now this team is still together, it may not be when they actually lace them up and play because who knows what happens with Ayuk or Debo and that whole situation with the receivers. I still have until you've proven you beat them, you got to beat them. And San Francisco, they beat the Lions last time out. I'll have San Francisco winning this game as well.
All right, you've got that. Now you've got them at. Actually, we both have them at 12-4 now. Yep, 12-4 going into the season finale. Time not set yet for a home game against Minnesota. I mean, does it have playoff ramifications? It might for Minnesota. I just don't see Detroit losing this, and I have them finishing the season at 13-4.
Well, Doug, I've changed my prediction once again, so I'm going. And the reason being because I think they will have locked up the division at this point, and it won't mean anything to the Lions.
You think they'll have locked up their seeding as well?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that and to go with my initial gut instinct, which was a 12-5 season. So I'll have them losing to the Vikings to finish the year, which is not the ideal way to finish the season, 3 losses in a row. But it's more about the record of 12-5 that I feel more confident about the 12-5 than I do about each individual game.
All right, so Gators got them at 12-5, dropping their final 3 in the regular season. I've got them at 13-4. There's no doubt that the schedule looks tougher at the end than it does at the beginning. Kang, you've watched us work our way through the schedule. Any comments in your prediction for the season?
You guys know how I feel about the schedule thing. It's so hard to predict who's going to be good and who's going to be bad. It's the NFL. We've seen every year there's a last place team that wins the division. You know, there's these tier 1 teams and there's these like bottom feeders, right? And then everyone in between, which is a lot of the NFL, is so hard. So for me, I don't even go through the week. I look at the team itself, like the Lions. What kind of team do I think they are? Well, how many wins should they have? I think they should win the division. I think they should host a playoff game. I think they're a little bit better than last year. I got them at 13 wins, which is a little bit better than last year. Once you get into the tournament, once you get into the playoffs, all bets are off, and they've proved they can win playoff games. It's getting to over the hump in the NFC title game. So they're a Super Bowl contender. I got them at 13-4. I don't like the way Gator has them finishing. Even if that game doesn't mean anything at the end, 3 losses to end the season is not good mojo. So I hope they finish 13-4 with the losses spread out. I see this, my losses are spread out throughout the year.
I focus more on my 12-5 number than I do on the individual games and looking at back and forth because I already flip-flopped a couple of them. And I still going back to 12-5 is where I wanted them to be.
Well, last year San Francisco was 12-5, and they were the 1 seed in the NFC. Obviously at 13-4, I feel pretty confident about them being the 1 seed this year. Philly was the 1 seed at 14-3 2 years ago. This is a realistic goal for this team 3 years ago, the 1 seed in the NFC was, I believe it was Green Bay at 13-4. So anyway, suffice it to say, we're in the mix for that. We're in the mix for that. And that matters. It mattered last year. If the Lions are playing San Francisco at home and have a 17-point halftime lead, I like their chances to close it out.
Of course.
Didn't the Lions just play out the last game this past season with nothing to play for? Am I wrong on that? Am I misremembering that? I feel like Dan Campbell, they don't rest guys. They always go out all out no matter what because it's just part of their DNA and how they prepare for games.
I think you're right. And
so I don't think they throw away
crazy
games
about it.
Yeah, and I don't think they give up games. But now I think it's harder to do that anyways. With the way the NFL has the seeding, adding the extra team, there's always something to play for. And that's the way the NFL wants it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Campbell wanted to do that. But, well, anyway, fun exercise. If you want to text over what you have them with your first look and any trends you have, like I think the most scary trend is Gators losing the last 3 games. I don't want to do that going into the postseason. Good God, will we have packed phone lines if that's the case?
Oh, absolutely.
And panic. And probably the thing we hate hearing probably more than anything else. Probably have that too. Going into the postseason. But what do you got him at? 248-539-9797. Jared Goff surprised us with his phone call after he signed his contract with the Lions. Hear what the Lions quarterback had to say about why he's committed to this team, this franchise, what he thinks of the offseason edition so far. All that coming up at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We just went over the Goff numbers and the year-by-year breakdown of his contract. And look, it feels like a 2-year window with a lot of cap flexibility. And with a 2-year window with a lot of cap flexibility, the question is, do they want to go ahead and can they go ahead and win a Super Bowl? And I'm supposed to do this blind, huh?
Yeah, man. Got a guest for you.
That's some faith.
Right, let's bring up a guest who joins us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, guest.
What's up, guys?
Hey!
Long-time listener, first-time caller. How we doing?
Not as good as you, Jared Goff. Wow.
What's going on?
You congratulations on your new contract.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to come on here and surprise you guys and say hi, and thank you guys for all the fun conversations on Tuesdays over the years, and hope we can continue to do that.
I hope so, too. Let's go back to the beginning, though, because when it started and the losses were piling up, we're like, this is rough. Poor Jared. He just got here. And can you believe how far not only you have come, but the Lions have come in your time here?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard. Can I believe it? Yes, but it's been hard. It's been a lot of hard times, certainly in that first year and parts of the second year. But the people we have here and the people that Dan and Brad have put in place and all the teammates and everyone that I've been fortunate enough to play with here are the reason why.
This has been an incredible whirlwind over the last few weeks. We had all the build-up leading up to the draft, and then literally we're doing our show the night of the draft. We're finishing it up, and then the news came that Amon-Ra St. Brown signed his contract. And then 10 minutes later, Penei Sewell's deal comes down. We see you guys come out on draft night to open it up, and where we are today, and now you've got your deal. Can you talk about just how crazy of a roller coaster ride this has kind of been over the last few weeks?
Yeah, it has been. It really has. I mean, the city was on fire during the draft. That was fun to be down there and be in front of all those fans and see everyone come out. And I think that the Detroit's having a pretty fun moment right now, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
You just said something at the podium, and I mentioned it, and we wanted to get into it in depth. But that is that you weren't as concerned with maximizing your dollar value as you were with getting a no-trade clause. I saw a tweet that said you didn't want to leave Detroit. Could you please talk about the commitment to finishing your career here in Detroit?
Yeah, I would love for that to be the case. And I think that was my main thing going into the contract stuff was creating that security and that commitment from both my side and the team side, and I think they were totally on board with it from the get-go. It was just a matter of time of hammering out the details and getting us to the right spot with the numbers. But yeah, that was something that was in there from the get-go, and they were on board with. And again, not something that's atypical from quarterback contracts nowadays. I believe everyone puts a no-trade clause in there, but yeah, something that was important to me.
So you're a real smart guy, but do you even understand the numbers in the contract? Because I'm trying to read through it. I'm like, I don't get it.
What do you not get?
Well, I guess it did, like this year, 2024, did they effectively just turn this into a 5-year deal and rework it as signing bonus for this upcoming season because the salary is really low?
Cap hit went
down.
Right. Well, Well, the salary was different on the last year of the deal, the previous deal, so the salary is now lower for this year on the first year of the new deal.
So when the contracts were announced for Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell, then there was a report that you guys weren't close. Then Brad Holmes came on this radio station and said he deserves it. It's going to get done. I described myself as antsy. Were you ever antsy in this contract negotiation, or did you feel all along it was going to get done?
I had really good feelings about it from when they initially had their conversations in the beginning of the offseason, and it did feel like just a matter of time. And again, we were all on the same page on like what was important to me and what was important to them, and understood where flexibility on my side needed to be for them, and for flexibility on their side needed to be for me. So it was just a matter of time, and that's how all these deals work. Is it takes time, and sometimes the quarterback ones take a little bit longer. And but we are in May, and I'm glad this didn't drag out into training camp.
What's this offseason like for you? I mean, you've gone through this before where you got a big contract extension earlier in your career. How does this compare to that offseason?
Yeah, I mean they're both incredible, and but yeah, this one's a little bit different and very special to me because of what we went through as a team and what I went through as a player, certainly in 21 and parts of 22, and coming out and being able to be rewarded like this is awesome. But I think growing up and maturing and becoming a better player is really the win in all of this, and becoming closer with my fiance and our relationship growing and all that is so much greater and more important. But this is a cool day for me and my family.
Okay, well, we want you to do what we all do, which is evaluate the draft. You guys went out and, well, I guess the offseason in general. You add Carlton Davis to the secondary. You add Amik Robertson to the secondary. You draft 2 corners. When you see this commitment to improving the pass defense, does that check a box for you as hey, we're more prepared to win a Super Bowl now?
Yeah, I think they've done a great job. I think they've done a great job every year drafting players, and it's not a perfect science. There are guys that don't end up panning out, but I would say our guys have a pretty good hit rate right now and do a good job of finding the players that fit our culture and who we are and what we need. And it's so hard to tell right now. I haven't been on the field with any of the rookies yet. They're still kind of on their own program right now. So in about 3 years, I'll be able to give you guys a good answer on the draft this year. And I know everyone wants to know right now if it's a good draft, but I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, I think those the 2 kids, 2 corners we took are going to be great players, and I'm excited to see them on the field soon.
Have you had a chance to start? I know you're not with the rookies, but the veteran players, have you already started some off-season workouts? Hey, meet me out in California or wherever it is that you're going to have some workouts, and we'll spend the weekend together and throw the ball around. Have you done some of that already?
We did a little bit of that in the spring, in March, before OTAs. Now we're out here and working out together throughout the week. So we're not, going back to California right now, but we've had good sessions out here. We've had some good practices, and guys look good. Guys are excited, and I think you can tell that the motivation is to win a Super Bowl, and that's all that matters now.
Offensively, guys can get better, but you lose Josh Reynolds from your wide receiving core. Talk about the guys that you expect to step up and help fill that void.
Yeah, well, I think, a guy that may get forgotten sometimes is Khalif Raymond and all he's done for us as a team since I got here. And he's always been steady and reliable, and he'll have a role in there as well. And then I think Donovan and AG will fill out that role as well in some ways and do their thing. And we'll see how that pans out here over the next few months or so. But yeah, Josh, we'll miss Josh. Josh was a great player, and wish him the best in Denver. But we feel confident in the guys that will need to step into that void.
I think fans right now are starting to feel something that we frankly have never felt, and that is that the team is building towards something. We see the growth from 3 wins to 9 wins to 12 wins, and then add 2 playoff wins and an NFC championship bid and all that. Do you guys feel that too? And obviously the ceiling is the Super Bowl, but is that also the expectation?
Yeah, that's our goal. And our standards continue to rise, and our internal expectations have always been that. I don't think that's wavered. But I think, I think the focus and the intensity of even right now in May and April has been ticked up a little bit, and guys know what we're looking at. We know who's on the team. We know what positions everyone's in. We know what everyone's role is, and we know what the ultimate goal is. And everyone's falling in line and knows where to be and how to get there. And it's an exciting time for sure. But there's still a ton of work to do. And by no means will we show up week 1 and be the same team we were last year at the end of the year. We've got a lot of work to do to get to that point, and we know that, and that is the challenge and also the fun part.
All right, Jared, we do something with the listeners. This is the final thing from me. We do something from the listeners when the lottery comes around and people buy tickets called Would You Buy? And it's, would you buy this if you hit the lottery? And now that you've signed a healthy contract, I'm going to throw a couple of the would you buy things at you, all right?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Would you buy a walk-in cooler in your new home? Will you get a giant walk-in cooler?
What's a walk-in cooler?
Yeah.
It's like your own
like a
beer
restaurant.
cave,
yeah, like a restaurant quality huge walk-in cooler.
Would I buy that?
Yeah.
I don't think I need that.
No, okay.
Like a refrigerator is fine for me.
All right, good. Next up, will you buy a racehorse? We just had the Kentucky Derby. Would you buy a racehorse?
No. I may, I could see myself buying a horse to put on a farm just for fun, but not a racehorse. I'm not into that Kentucky Derby stuff.
All right, and final thing, will you get a private jet? Will you have your own jet?
No. Maybe if I won the lottery, though.
That's right. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, what about the wedding? Does the wedding get bigger and better now that
everything that was like a maybe is just I don't even get asked about anymore. So it just seems to get pushed right through.
Yes, guys, well, just get your signing hand ready.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, Jared, thanks for joining us. Congratulations. We look forward to the next several years of Lions football. This team has gone to new heights. You and your teammates, we thank you all because this has been it's uncharted territory for most of us. So keep it up, and we look forward to a coming season.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
There he is, Jared Goff, joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket. There's a lot to digest there. Want to go over. He said some things that are really, really important that we are still getting used to. We will get to that today. 12:46. If you want to get your records in for the Detroit Lions coming season, we got. Are you going to eat that we had to move back? We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Jared Goff, Super Bowl. It's all that matters now. Super Bowl. That's all that matters now.
That's it.
That's the quarterback of the Lions. That's the leader of the Lions. That's a guy who's said, the one thing I think is really interesting, the way he emphasized it that you don't think of, that we probably don't think of on a day in, day out basis. We all know our roles now. Everyone knows what their role is. Everyone knows that what they are expected to do. There's not a question of where you fit in for most of the guys, the key contributors. They've got their team in place. Now it's just a matter about going out and doing it. And as he said, we won't show up at week one the same team we were last year, where everybody's going to be better. So, and there are some questions, right? Because it's not an apples to apples. DJ Reader is new to the defense, and that should be an improvement. And the secondary defensively should be an improvement. Where could they take a step back? Well, we feel good about Kevin Zeitler at the right guard spot, but we don't know. Frank Ragnow's got to stay healthy. And that third receiver, he talked about Khalif Raymond and Donovan Peoples-Jones and AG. Somebody's got to pick up the Josh Reynolds targets. And then who picks up the Raymond targets? And maybe it's as simple as everybody moves up a notch and they're all capable of it. But the crazy thing about the Goff new contract created cap space this year. Why did they do that, huh? It could be earmarked for Lee McNeil.
Could be. Or Taylor Decker or whatever they're going to do.
So it's hard to know. It's hard to know, but you know what Brad Holmes, one of his favorite lines is everything's intentional, right? So
well, yeah, I mean, this isn't just a happy coincidence. I mean, you are planning. Otherwise, you didn't have to, backload the contract or midload the contract like you did. You could have easily had a lot of that money taken up this year, but you're not. So, you have to ask the questions. Well, why is that? It's curious, and I think you hit on it earlier. I think it sets up the possibility that at the trade deadline, if they feel there's a move that needs to be made where they go out and get a guy to put him over the top, they can do it. And if it ends up being a rental player, they can afford that because it's just for this year. They've got the cap space open for this year. They can go ahead and do that. They can still go get guys in free agency if they want to. It seems like there's less of a need for that. But we'll see. And, moves happen in training camp when teams are trying to get rid of contracts.
It's funny because you're always sort of paying attention to these things, and Goff's cap numbers came out today. And for people just joining us, it's less money this year than he was already going to make. And in fact, next year he'll take up standard inflation. He'll take up less of the cap than we were expecting. It's 3 years from now. It's the 2026 season where he'll jump up to 21% of the cap, which is about 10% more than he is right now. But after this recent maneuvering, the Lions have over $29 million in cap space still for this coming season. If everything's intentional, okay, what do you think they're after? And it doesn't feel like this is a small move yet to go. With that kind of money, I mean, it could be accumulation of a bunch of moves, but the flexibility is there to do something kind of big.
Right. And again, with the next 2 years, with this space there, and specifically, let's just look at this year, with all that cap space still there, you can go get a guy who's on an expiring contract. Could be an amazing player, and he's on an expiring contract, and you can afford it. You could go in and still sign somebody to a 1-year deal in free agency. I like the flexibility they have. I like what they've done. I think they've been pretty smart with what they've done, being very patient. I call it the patient and pounce method, working in free agency and in the draft. They were patient in the draft when things started to go sideways, when it was 10, then 11, then 12, then 13, then 14 offensive players in a row taken in the draft. That all of a sudden makes it a realistic goal to go get one of those corners. And they did. Saw a chance to pounce. They pounced. They got it done. They were patient when it came to free agency, and then went ahead and pounced on some guys. So I like what they've done in the offseason. I think they've definitely improved the roster, and this was a roster that was good enough to get to the NFC Championship game.
Kang, you have any thoughts on what you think they might be after here with the creating even more cap space and a GM that says everything's intentional?
That they might just be after insurance. If a player gets hurt or someone else from another team is doing terribly, I'll bring up a name I don't think they have a shot at, but everyone else brings it up all the time, so I'll do them a favor here.
Okay.
Max Crosby. Okay, if the Raiders are terrible for whatever reason, it does, because they have no quarterback. They got a coach who was really good for them at the end of last year, but they're rebuilding over there, and for some reason he becomes available because they want more assets, and you have to take on a contract like that. You have the space to do that, right? That's a possibility. Or maybe it's someone less, like a third receiver, where they found out, hey, DPJ couldn't get it done, or Khalif wasn't the third, wideout we expect him to be. Whoever it is, Antoine Green, they take on a decent contract. I think it's insurance. I don't think it's necessarily a specific target yet. I think it's like, let's find out what we have, and we'll go from there. But yeah, everything he does is intentional, and I think they're planning for a possible move.
It's funny. I found a list of the remaining free agents. Albert Breer put this out this week in his Monday Morning Quarterback, and he said it's unusually deep and strong for this time of year on the calendar. Would we say that wide receiver? Do we feel like wide receiver is the position, the biggest position of need offensively? I mean,
I don't know. For me, I'm always looking at keeping that line intact or keeping it updated in case somebody has to walk away. So I'm always looking at a quality offensive lineman.
Okay, top wide receivers still left: Michael Thomas, Hunter Renfrow, and Mecole Hardman. Top offensive lineman, if you're looking for a tackle: Donovan Smith, David Bakhtiari, DJ Humphries. Guard: Dalton Risner. Center: Connor Williams. Edge rushers still out there: Emmanuel Ogbah, Yannick Ngakoue, Carl Lawson, and Justin Simmons is still out there, the safety. You've been talking about him for a while.
Safety is still, and I think it's still someone they can add. Quandre Diggs.
Justin Simmons or Quandre Diggs would be the C.J. Gardner-Johnson, right, from last year, where out of nowhere, like, they got who for a one-year deal?
That just happened?
Because the market wasn't maybe where he thought it was. He's want to play a one-year prove-it deal. Because Justin Simmons is no joke. Quandre Diggs is no joke. And if you have any reservations about Iffy, and maybe that was just a flash in the pan at the end of the year, yeah, getting one of those two guys who have done it over a course of a few years, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yannick Ngakoue is intriguing to me, the edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
He's bounced around a little bit, but it feels like wherever he goes, he's getting, the last 3 years, he's got 31 sacks in 3 different stops. But he's gone 2019 Jacksonville, 2020 Minnesota, 2020 the Ravens, 2021 the Raiders, 2022 the Colts, 2023 the Bears. Why isn't anybody keep him?
That's a good question. It's a fair question.
And it's a fair question. But correction here. He's got 23 and a half sacks the last 3 years, not 31.
Well, forget it.
Yeah. Still that.
Well, what did he do last year?
He had 4 sacks in 13 games with the Bears. But he's only 29. Like, he shouldn't be done.
4 and 13 isn't anything special.
No, it's not.
And maybe that tells you he's definitely in the downturn of his career.
Could be. I mean, he's gone from 10 to 9.5 to 4. I mean, he was basically the same guy with the Raiders and the Colts. Like, it's stunningly similar statistics in total tackles and sacks. I'd have to, I guess, see the pressure numbers. I mean, there's a reason they're still out there, but there's also guys that are worth taking a chance on. Like, why the hell is Justin Simmons still out there?
I don't know. I don't know why he's still out there. Unless he clearly thought he was going to get a bigger contract than what was offered, and he's left holding his hat at this point. Or can he still get a multi-year deal for good money? I don't know. It strikes me, this is the time where you're just getting one-year deals. And how much can you maximize that one-year deal? And if you're his agent and you're talking to the Lions, you're saying, look, you got a ton of cap space. Let's go 1 year, $10 million, and let's get it done. Something like that, even though he might be worth more than that, but the market said he wasn't. Nobody was calling on him. And nobody was willing to pay him. So he's got to prove it for 1 year. It's a lot like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Had the 1 year deal with the Lions last year for whatever it was, $5 million or something. And then this offseason, he signed a 3 year deal. That pays him, I think, $30 million over the 3 years. So he's going to bet on himself for a 1-year deal. And if you were, where would you want to go? Why not Detroit?
One would think.
Well,
But the Lions want him.
Stephon Gilmore, a guy that you talked about before the draft,
Yeah.
Gator, hey, why not look at this guy? He's come out and said why he hasn't signed yet. And I don't know if that's the same reason Simmons or any of these other guys haven't signed yet, but he said for him it's about the right opportunity at this point. He knows he could still play, and he's waiting for that. So maybe that's with a lot of these guys, Doug, where you look at why haven't you signed yet? Maybe they are waiting for that. Hey, I'm not just going to sign. I want it to be the right place. And if it's a 1-year deal, that's fine, but I want to prove to everybody I can still play.
One more, Michael Thomas, 6'3", outside receiver. He could replace Josh Reynolds' targets.
Yeah, he could, and he could do it very nicely. I mean, this is a guy that's not that far removed from having, 149 catches or something a few years ago.
I think he was stunningly close to Josh Reynolds' kind of numbers last year.
He fell off considerably the last year or two, but it's not.
It wasn't been catching passes from Drew Brees, right?
Right, exactly. So if he were to come here, would he be quickly trusted? I think he could build that trust up pretty quickly as long as he can catch the football.
I think it was 64 targets for Reynolds, 63 for Michael Thomas, 40 catches for Reynolds, 39 for Thomas. I mean, look, he's not what he was, but
how long ago was it they had this 40 catch season?
2019.
It's
not that long ago, but still.
But it's also not terribly recent.
It's not.
It's
well, his issue, I think,
middle.
guys, is body type wise, he's perfect for the Lions. What they need, big body receiver, make contested catches. The issue is his relationship with New Orleans really soured at the end. So I don't know if it's a culture fit here.
Well,
might not be.
And the guys know him from New Orleans.
All right, let's get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up, 105, 97.1, The Ticket.
Jared Goff addressed the media in Allen Park today for the first time since signing that 4-year, $212 million extension with the Lions. He said the brunt of negotiations weren't about dollars and cents. The deal gives a ton of security until the final year, when the dead cap hit for a potential out a year early would only cost the Lions about $14.5 million. Tigers off today as they travel to Arizona for the start of a 6-game road trip. That begins tomorrow night. Tariq Skubal will be on the mound looking to get Detroit back to 500. And it's a 9:40 first pitch right here on the ticket. And Detroit City FC announcing today plans for a new stadium in Corktown. The club, which has played in Hamtramck for the last several years, has reportedly purchased the site of the old Southwest Detroit Hospital. The new stadium won't open until 2027, but it will reportedly seat some 14,000 and cost over $75 million to build. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
And welcome back to the Karsch Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text us as well. Kind of a fun day, unveiling the schedule that we found out last night for the Detroit Lions. Lots of primetime games. We've given our quick first blush look at the schedule and the predictions we have. And
but now we're held to it. They're written in blood.
Well, now until at least the beginning of the season, and then we make another prediction. But I had them at 12-5. Doug, were you at 13-4?
13-4.
Wow. Yep. A lot of optimism, and then of course we had a call from Jared Goff.
Yep.
Did not expect
that. It's all about winning the Super Bowl now, Gator. It's all about winning the Super Bowl. Okay. Coming up soon is the Detroit Sports Spectacular in early June. Card show signings. 84 Tigers will be there. Barry Sanders will be there. Joe Montana will be there. And recently on the Kang Collects podcast, Kang, did you have the director of the...
Yeah, one of the two guys responsible for bringing the show to here in Michigan, in Novi. I had him on the podcast. So that's the latest episode of the Kang Collects podcast. And download on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcast.
What are the highlights of the show? I mentioned some of them already.
Yeah, you mentioned there's a huge list of signings that you can have. Like you said, the 84 Tigers. A lot of people collect champion, like the whole championship team, right? Like Michigan just won the national title. Yeah. I bet you there's collectors out there looking for as many players from that team as possible. Jansen still does, a signing just from the 97 team. So the 84 Tigers, a lot of them are going to be there. Ben Wallace, who doesn't, I don't think, sign a ton. You got your Barry, Thomas the Hitman Hearns, but from out-of-towners, Joe Montana, Andre Dawson, probably maybe someone for you, Gator, from your childhood as well, man.
Andre Dawson.
Yeah, the Hawk.
I think everybody liked him.
It was hard not to like him.
Yep.
He had that look on his face. He was just businesslike all the time.
Yes, he was.
Thurman Thomas is going to be there signing.
There you go.
Really?
Tons of cards and collectibles and stuff like that. So
cool. Kang Collects podcast. Check it out for yourself.
Still one of the most amazing things to ever think of is going back in time and realizing that Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders were in the same backfield at Oklahoma State.
Barry was the backup.
How do you play against that?
What
are you supposed to do?
You usually lose. They weren't. They didn't play for national titles.
No, they're off. They ran for a ton of yards, but that's about all they could do. But I'll call him sick.
Yeah,
it's a defensive player.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah. What do you got?
All right, here we go. These are new menu items and foods that you can get out there or soon to be able to get out there. And we want to know, mostly does Gator, but Kang and myself also answer the question. But I did find a list here, Gator, of the most unhealthy foods available at Trader Joe's.
Okay.
Most unhealthy foods available. Yeah, unhealthy. But the first one caught my attention. The French onion mac and cheese. Says the usual building block of mac and cheese includes a French onion soup inspired topping complete with a layer of crispy croutons. A single serving is 50% of your recommended daily allowance of saturated fat, with nearly 1,000 calories, 1,240 milligrams of sodium if you go the whole package.
Is that a lot?
Yeah. Gator, the Trader Joe's French onion mac and cheese. Would you eat that?
Would I try it? Absolutely. I mean, mac and cheese is one of those things that you know is bad for you, but you indulge on it a couple times a year. If you make it homemade and not use the box, if you do a homemade mac and cheese, it's so fulfilling because it's great. It's so great. The idea of taking it up a notch by having the top crust with that French onion soup type feel to it,
yeah,
I really like it. I would definitely try this.
Kang, what about you?
French onion is one of my favorite soups. Like if it's ever on the menu, I almost have to get it. You know, it's
piping
one of those.
Hot,
yeah,
that crouton, you got to let it cool down. The Swiss cheese melting on there.
And we never wait long enough, right, Gator?
Never.
To do this with mac and cheese, I'm definitely going to try this. This sounds very interesting. I'm not sure how great it's going to be, but I have high hopes.
Well, it's available, and you can get it at Trader Joe's.
I thought you were going to answer this too, Doug.
Yeah, I'm not going to eat this.
Why not?
Why not?
Too much, man. It's too much.
You wouldn't try it?
I mean, I'd have a taste, but I'm not going to eat a serving of it.
All right, so Doug's down.
You know how Doug lives. A moment on the lips, lifetime on his hips.
That's right.
I don't play that game. Next up, McDonald's is introducing a new McFlurry, the Grandma McFlurry. The Grandma McFlurry contains vanilla soft serve ice cream blended with chopped up pieces of candy and topped by what's described as a delicious syrup. Sounds very simple.
Probably like hard candy, right? Hard candy syrup.
Yeah,
Butterscotch.
Yeah, maybe.
I can't imagine me that because you bite into it and your teeth would lock up.
What's the Grandma McFlurry?
Yeah, it'd be like she's got like M&Ms lying around.
Does it come with free pinches of the cheeks?
I hope so.
There's no nothing about that in the listing. No. The Grandma McFlurry, would you try this?
Absolutely. I mean, Jansen and I were talking about this during the crosstalk of how underrated it is to throw like syrup on ice cream, maple syrup on like a vanilla ice cream. It's great. Now, you don't overdo it, but you just throw a little swirl in there. It's fantastic. And then Jansen told me a game changer. I haven't done this yet. He says, have you ever tried like raspberry jam? Ever used jam or jelly with your ice cream? I said, no. You got to try it. Like, I got to try this.
You know what the best part about that is? The enthusiasm with which John would propose this idea. Through the roof.
Oh, we had a little conversation right there. Yeah.
How did that even come about, putting jam on your ice cream?
I don't know. Because I said...
Jansen thinks of stuff. He's got a lot of downtime.
That's right. He's the guy who put beef jerky into cheese, right?
Yeah. Got to sweeten it up.
Meat sticks into nacho cheese on a drive home from Wisconsin. It was a ripe last 40 minutes.
You weren't happy with it?
No.
I'd try it. It comes with a free doily, too. One of those.
I think so.
Okay. I'd try
I'm not trying.
And a plastic cover for a couch.
You know me, if I'm gonna do the dessert milkshake type thing, Dairy Queen Blizzard only. So I'm out. Or Jamocha Shake. I will bend for the Jamocha Shake from Arby's. Next up, from Oreo Cookies. The special edition Star Wars Oreo cookies are coming out. There's ones with red, ones with blue cream. Each individual Oreo comes with a dark side and a light side. The dark side cookie has images of Darth Vader, Darth Maul, and stormtroopers, and more. The light side of the cookie has Luke Skywalker, Yoda, Princess Leia. There are actually 20 characters that will appear, but in the middle is either blue or a red creamy filling. Gator, the Star Wars Special Edition cookie. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's anything crazy with the flavor on the inside. And, you're talking about Oreos. Those are classic. They have a Princess Leia cookie.
Do they go on the side of your head? On the earmuffs?
They must.
Yeah. Is that how it works? Gator, you perked up a little bit.
So great.
How do you eat your Oreo, Gator? Do you go the whole cookie or do you break it apart?
I change it up. I don't always go the same way. So sometimes I'll crack them open and then scrape the stuff off my teeth. And I'm one of the few people, judging on people that when you ask them about Oreos, I love the cookie part of the cookie as opposed to the cream in the inside. I'm more for the cookie.
Kang, you gonna try this?
Yeah, I'll try it. Doug, you gonna try it?
I actually would try it. I'm not opposed to Oreo cookies. That's a place I'll go. Next up from Pringles.
It's a place he'll go.
Yep. This is new from Pringles, Gator.
Okay.
They are breaking away from the arched chip cylindrical can approach. They're introducing the Pringles Mingles. These are bite-sized bow tie puffs that will come in 3 flavors: cheddar and sour cream, white cheddar and ranch, and dill pickle and ranch. These are just regular bow tie shaped chips, if that's regular. But Pringles is doing something different than the arched cylinder can thing.
So I'm guessing it's the same. Is it the same chip on the inside of the cylinder can? It's just different packaging?
It's hard to know. It didn't really
I don't really
describe
understand it, but yeah, whatever. I love Pringles. I'll give it a shot. I mean, the problem with Pringles is once you open a can, it's hard to stop. Like you can grab
once you pop, you can't stop.
Yeah, you grab like 2 inches worth of Pringles out of there and you start eating them. And they dissolve so quickly because they are so thin that you can't help yourself from constantly going back into the can. So that sounds wrong.
No, these are shaped like bow ties, like he was saying. Like,
yeah, I'll give it a rip.
Okay. Kang, what about you?
Yeah, as long as the flavor's still the same,
Whatever,
I don't care
good.
how it comes. Yeah, like that's fine.
Which one of these flavors?
I want to try the dill pickle and ranch.
I'm out on that.
Ranch? Okay.
I don't like pickle.
So cheddar and sour cream or
You're
white
not down
cheddar
with
and
the
ranch?
pickle,
I like the sharp cheddar that you were talking about, Doug, and ranch, and the cheddar and sour cream. I'm down with those two.
Try
I'm
them
out.
all.
I go white cheddar and ranch, I think. So all 3 of us will try this. Final thing here, Arizona Diamondback skater. You remember the story with the bees? That all the bees were on the backstop and they had to bring in a beekeeper?
Right.
Okay, so now the Diamondbacks, available at Diamondbacks games, at the concession stands, the Beekeeper Dog. This is featuring a bacon-wrapped hot dog with honey barbecue pulled pork on top, honey mustard slaw, and a hot honey on top of all of that.
That's too much. It's going to be
Hater?
sloppy and messy.
Are you
and
going to eat that?
I'd have to try it. Love my hot dogs, man. And the bacon wrapped dog, I'm a big fan of that. You know, I'm not a huge bacon guy, but there are certain times, and I think a bacon wrapped dog is really good. You add the pulled pork, you're starting to get borderline too much, but I see it all going together. The slaw, now you're getting messy on me. And then the hot honey on top guarantees it's messy. But
This is a fork and knife.
Yeah, I'd feel like you have to try it to start off with, and then it goes fork and knife afterward, or with me, just a fork, because I don't like using the knives. But, yeah, I'd make a mess at least once.
Kang?
This is like 3 little piggies, right? The hot dog, the bacon, the pulled pork.
Yeah.
All right, well, count me in.
All right. You guys
Doug,
are in.
I mean, of course you're in too, right, Doug?
I'm a strong no. And that's going to conclude
It's white
another
meat.
edition of our. Oh, is it? It's going to conclude. So Gator is a yes, 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 and yes.
The other white meat.
Where?
And that concludes. Are you going to eat that here on 97.1 The Ticket? Hey, for years I've been telling you about the Connecticut water softener that we had installed by CGC Water. And it has so many benefits like cleaner clothes and water tastes great. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save thousands on when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener and a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water Treatment, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. 855-339-4242. Gator, we have an exclusive here at 97.1 The Ticket.
This is just a full day of surprises.
It is a day of surprises.
What is going on? Did you guys get a taco bar?
No, there's something we've talked about on this show quite a bit, and that is the Watermelon Sharks.
Right.
Kang's daughter's soccer team, where Kang has flirted with and come dangerously close, but has never actually been roped into coaching. And we discussed earlier in the week how miserable the weather was Saturday morning when they played.
Yeah.
Now, every last one of you out there that is a sports parent right now, that have kids from the age of 5, I mean, probably even if you are listening and you're in your 70s, you remember taking your kids to games. And in the springtime, soccer, baseball, softball, maybe some track and field, when the weather, it's starting to break through and get warm, and then you have these days that are massive setbacks where the weather's, the temperature's in the 30s, the wind is blowing sideways, and there's rain coming down. And we've talked about the sports pod now that they have, these little tiny huts that are made with clear see-through plastic that you can put one of your chairs in and put the pod around you, and you can be somewhat away from the elements. Because sports parents, we put up with a lot. We've talked about how some of you will sit in your cars. You will park your car strategically to watch your kids play from your car. Gator, you think those people should hold their heads with great shame.
That's right.
Yep.
Who are you?
But this past Saturday, the Watermelon Sharks were out there. And so was Hard Knocks Watermelon Sharks. We have actual audio of what was going on the sidelines, because Kang, being that dad, when the game started, the 45-minute game started, when the rain was coming down sideways and the temperatures were in the low 40s?
Yeah.
Wind was blowing.
At least.
Wind was blowing. It was miserable. But Kang was that dad. He pulled out his phone and started to record.
Oh, my. We have the audio?
And we have actual, from out in the field, the sidelines of the Watermelon Sharks, we have audio of Kang and his wife discussing the conditions 1 minute into the game. 1 minute into the game. So here it is, the actual audio from the play-by-play of Kang videotaping his young daughter playing soccer for the Watermelon Sharks. The weather being what it was, here's what it sounded like.
"60 seconds into it, you're saying, let's call this."
It's like 3 minutes.
He says, take Kylie to the car. I don't want her to get sick.
Take Kylie to the car.
That crackling you heard was the rain coming down on the umbrella.
Yep.
Dude, let's call this.
And that's the younger of the two girls.
Yes.
He's saying we should maybe take her to the car.
Take her to the car
Yeah.
because she doesn't need to.
And then if someone's going to have to take her to the car, then the person who takes her to the car is going to have to stay in the car with her.
All right, I'll take her to the car.
Yeah.
Hard Knocks, Watermelon Sharks. Dude, let's call this.
Well, maybe we're more of an indoor team, the Watermelon Sharks.
Yeah, how about indoor sessions? Why don't you play indoor soccer?
I've always said, why don't they build these retractable roofs for these little kids?
The question
they have
I
an indoor
have,
season. It's during the wintertime.
Kang, at some point, if you're the coach, you got to set the tone. And dude, let's call this. It's probably not the
I'm
tone.
all about player safety, guys. As you guys know, I don't talk the talk like Roger Goodell. I walk the walk.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now, just for full context, there was a 45-minute practice before that, and I was already pretty cold myself. But the kids are running around. They were fine.
Kids don't care.
Yeah,
they don't care what the weather
good.
is. They're all about it.
I'll let you know. I did finish the game outside. They did not call it. I had to weather the storm, pun intended, the next 42 minutes or so. But, we made it.
So great.
It was rough, man.
Dude, let's call this. You should have shirts for the parents. Dude, let's call this.
I was thinking about writing something on like a sign and showing the ref from across the field. Like, dude,
Your hand's shaking because it's so cold.
what are we
Chattering
doing?
teeth.
What do we got to do to get you to call this game?
I know. Right?
There'll be no tunnel today. Straight to the cars. All right. Tiger baseball. They got the day off. They've flown out to Arizona.
Why we got to do this?
Okay, we have 2 minutes before the break.
I know.
This is gonna begin and end our Tiger talk for the day.
All right.
Yesterday sucked, and the day before sucked. These were amongst the worst pitchers in baseball. Didn't I read that Trevor Rogers had the highest ERA of any starter in baseball going into that game?
6.57 going into the game.
And the Tigers scratched out how many runs?
None runs.
Mm-hmm.
Did they even get to second base?
I think they must have, because they had 10 runners stranded. Yeah, and they got somebody at third in the ninth, right? So
no extra base hits.
That, offensively, that was rock bottom.
That is offensive. When you go 19 straight innings without scoring, it's bad. When you do that against one of the worst pitching teams in baseball, specifically against two pitchers that are really not good, and the other pitcher had an ERA in the mid-4s, I believe, going into the game, and looks untouchable. And then happens yesterday afternoon, they just couldn't get anything going. Out of all the times in the schedule for this team to fall below 500, this was not the spot I would have guessed.
No.
Right?
No.
I mean, the Marlins are in town for 3 games. Thank God. Here we go. Let's get healthy. You know, I talk about that 18-game stretch. It's not looking so good. Not looking so good. And now they have fallen behind or below 500 for the first time this year. Here it is, May 16th, technically May 15th, when they fell behind and below 500 for the first time. Now, that's impressive, except for the fact of who they've fallen and why they're there now. If they can't beat the Marlins, what does this say? And it's 43 games into the season, and I'm judging the team. I think I know what this team is. They are at best an average baseball team. They have above average pitching. They have below average hitting. And I think the above average pitching can come down a little bit to reality. But the below average hitting, I just don't see much of it improving at all.
I guess the one thing I'll say is we got to remember that's another small step in the right direction. But
well, because Casey Mize pitched well?
No. I mean, if they are an average baseball team, if they're a 500 team, their wins continue to creep up. But
they're not creeping up because of anything the offense is doing.
No,
and that's the problem. Is that okay? Great, your pitching's really good, but what have you got to show for it?
It means you got damn good starting pitching.
Yeah, and your bullpen does a job. But Riley Green, he hasn't done much in the last 10 games. You know, Torkelson is where he's at, and then there's, you know, Kerry Carpenter isn't even hitting against left-handed pitching. They don't even let him play left-handers. Colt Keith, they're not letting him play left-handers anymore. So what do they have? I mean, honestly, if you're putting together a core group of the future in this lineup, there's not much there. So,
dude, let's call this.
I think that's what Dan Campbell would say.
Let's swing around the NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Kang, just out of curiosity, where did you get that pay-per-view Super Bowl thing?
Oh, people just started. The reporters and business reporters started talking about how with all these streaming services paying, so much money for the rights, the NFL knows that people will pay, right?
Yeah.
And so they think that maybe that's just the next step, sell that game itself.
Okay, so there's no
actual reports like it's going to happen. This is just speculation amongst business reporters.
I want to clarify that.
It's going to happen. I mean,
right? Come on.
It's as inevitable as the 18-game schedule.
Well, that's definitely happening.
But it can't, that literally can't happen until like 2031 because of the collective bargaining agreement. But that's going to happen.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Well, Godot mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying, well, we've looked into it. No, have you, Raj? Have you looked into it? Like from the moment that you went to a 17-game schedule, like, what's even better? An 18-game schedule. Hey, guys, you know what makes even more money? We'll introduce that extra game after we've totally maximized the streaming and all that and figure it out. And then just when it looks like, the league's going to be flat, here comes game number 18.
Football, you have us. We love you. You're trying hard to have us not love you. Stop it. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Andrew, you're on 97 won the ticket. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, how are you guys?
Okay, how are you?
Well, I'm here to talk Tiger baseball, so I'm not doing the best.
It's
But
understand.
What I wanted to talk about was like where I was thinking this lineup was going to be back in March. And I don't know what you guys think. I would assume you'd have to resonate that 1 through 4 would be like Parker Meadows, Riley Green, Torkelson, Carpenter. Obviously, Meadows gets sent down. We bring up Wenzel Perez, who I really like. I don't know about you guys, but looking at like some of the lineups that we put out the last couple of weeks in this cold stretch, especially game 2 against the Marlins, we had Ibanez, Matt Vierling, and then it was Mark Canha, 1, 2, 3. I just think our young guys that hopefully this core is going to be built around needs to get more at bats. To your guys' point, you said that like Cole Keith and Kerry Carpenter are not even hitting left-handed pitching. They're not even playing when left-handed pitchers are in the game. So my point being that I just think you got to give some of these guys a little bit more at bats. We're not going World Series this year, but I think the goal was to get hopefully a division win, maybe a wild card. But
it's just,
I don't know how I'm feeling about that these days.
Yeah, I'm just so disappointed because they're getting nothing out of the catcher position. They're getting nothing out of shortstop. They're getting nothing out of second base. And they're getting nothing. Well, now I guess with Perez playing in center, but while Meadows was there, they were getting nothing out of center field. And then I'm having to try to trick myself into thinking that Matt Vierling is going to be a guy that we're going to count on, or that Zach McKinstry is an option if Baez can't hit, then you can put McKinstry at short. I mean, it's just not working for me anymore.
Right. And those are defensive liabilities too.
Yeah.
Matt Vierling, I think he cost us a game at third base. There was one that went through his legs. I forget what series that was. Yeah. But, I mean, and then you talk about Javier Baez. That's a whole other phone call, but geez, man.
But then but the problem with that is that if you look in the organization, there's nobody that's like ready to come up here and be the next shortstop for this team. So if we want to be patient fans and allow for, okay, maybe it's time to bring guys up and let's be patient fans and take this step back. I don't think people want to do that. And, to bring up Jace Young and have him play third base and, bring up Malloy and have him play in the outfield. And, the problem is that the Tigers' best hitters are their outfielders. So guys are still going to get stymied in trying to make this club if they're doing well at AAA.
Yeah, for sure. My hope is just that like our young guys that we've been counting on for a couple of years don't get sent away because, there's a guy named Isaac Paredes in Tampa that would actually be a pretty good fit for this team right now. I don't know. I forget what we got for him, but
nothing.
I just hope to not see these guys go somewhere else.
We got Meadows.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So we got nothing.
They thought they were getting something.
Yeah,
but
that whole thing.
Unfortunately for Austin Meadows.
I think that might be an all-timer as far as what we thought we were giving up, the delta between that and what we thought we were getting.
That's big.
Couldn't have been more inverted. What we gave up and what we got was a huge delta, but it was the opposite. we thought it was a massive upgrade. And sadly, it was
unfortunately
incredible.
And I can't help but wonder if Tampa knew.
Yeah.
If Tampa knew that the Meadows had these issues where he was starting with the mental issues, with being able to focus and all that, and I don't know. It clearly didn't work out. But the outfielders you have, outfielders should always be something easy. You should have 1 million outfielders in your system, and they do. But the problem to try to improve this roster, you can't have 7 outfielders on the roster.
No.
You need guys to be productive at other positions, and they're just not. Good teams can tank a position or two because they've got enough offense throughout the rest of the lineup. The Tigers have no offense throughout the lineup. Riley Green's been completely quiet for 10 games. Torkelson is just starting to wake up a little bit, but it's okay. He had home runs in back-to-back games, and now let's see what he does the rest of the way. Who knows what he does the rest of the way? You look at a Carpenter in the outfield as well, and like I said, he's not even playing against left-handed pitching. But it might be time to just expose him. If he's going to hit, below average as against lefties, I don't know. Is it worth it because he's in the lineup? Because he might run into one, and then if he's against righties, he's going to kill him.
Here's one thing we need to keep in mind is that there's a bunch of disappointment over being a 500 ball club and now a below 500 ball club. But if indeed they're a 500 ball club, last year that would have put them within 5 games of the division. Well, 5 wins of the division. 6 games of the division. And that is a team that, can hang around long enough. What is the pace that they have to keep up with right now? Is Cleveland going to keep winning at a 6-14 clip? Are they going to be more than 10 games over come trade deadline? Do we think they're that good? I don't.
I don't think they're that good either. But I just don't think that the Tigers are anything other than flat out mediocre.
Yeah.
In every way, outside of pitching.
And yet that could keep them around where they could maybe be justified in adding a piece. But we'll see. Long way off.
Sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Powers was talking to us.
It's quite all right. I'm disappointed that Mike's not here to talk about the Montreal Wolverines.
It's not you, Rico.
You guys don't want to talk.
It's not you. It's the situation.
I just can't.
Whenever it starts off with "it's not you," it normally is.
But from 10:15 this morning, we were excited about
the new Giants
having the opportunity to talk to Mike
with the winged helmet, and they're apparently somebody on Twitter suggested they're going to play Mr. Brightside now at Giants home games in MetLife.
Between that and
they're going to run out and touch a banner before the games.
Well, no, I'm saying between that and then the Hard Knocks offseason, it's like it's piling on.
Yeah,
it's not even fun anymore.
Oh,
some of us are having fun.
Really? It's not having fun because he hates his team, so now he's just going to hate him even more.
I know.
The only thing missing would be a patch of Eli right there.
Put it on
or
the
if they had drafted McCarthy.
No, I think he was okay with that. Like if you put an Eli patch on that Canadians jersey, he would just lose it.
Well, we'll get Mike's impression.
What was your Lions season?
I had 12-5.
13-4.
13-4.
Yeah.
12-5.
That's right.
You're with cookies. You're 1 game less than Jansen.
Have a great show.
I do.
We will hear it.
We will. I'll do it respectfully and won't yell at the callers like this guy.
I know. He's been horrible.
I don't even know who you are anymore.
Triggered week.
That's what happens when you eat the bad kale.
Yeah, respect stuff and stay safe. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Will being the NFL's second highest paid player ruin the chip on the shoulder that's fueled Jared Goff's great run the last few seasons? Meeting with the media today in Allen Park, the Lions' newly extended QB said Detroit fans don't have anything to worry about there. Michigan's Donovan Edwards joining Texas's Quinn Ewers and Colorado's Travis Hunter as cover stars for EA Sports College Football 25, which releases on July 19th. And former Michigan State football coach Mel Tucker has won a legal battle against the woman he allegedly sexually harassed. Brenda Tracy, a prominent anti-sexual violence activist in college sports, had sued Tucker for publicizing texts she had sent a friend about the former MSU coach. But an Ingham County judge this morning dismissed that lawsuit on grounds Tracy's attorneys hadn't met the threshold to advance the case. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Oh, hi, diddly ho, neighbor. All right, we are ready to rock on a Thursday. Rico, today is a day I dread.
You know what?
It is.
I realized that pre-show.
Yeah.
As I'm trying to make jokes, and I'm like, Mike, didn't realize that you dreaded this day so much. This is a fun day.
It is not. Listen, it's a beautiful day out.
Oh, it's a great day outside.
But I realized how ill-equipped I am to do radio today by listening to the other shows. Because what I heard was a group of men priming their pump to a schedule that we have no way of knowing who's any good or not.
Mm-hmm.
We have how many months until the games take place?
Uh-huh.
And I listened to one individual say that this football team's going 14-3 and do it with conviction. And I'm like, you know what? I should take a personal day today. I hate the schedule game. I hate it.
It's fun. We all do this. And because it means nothing. It's like the day after your fantasy draft, or you know what? It's the day, it's like watching and listening to mock drafts, or the day after the NFL or whatever league you like draft, because now you sit there and say, we just got the next Hall of Fame player, and when you put player X in this lineup, it's fantasy.
It's almost like when you add Matt Vierling to the Tigers lineup, and you're like, this is going to be the answer.
Yes, and you know what?
No, it's not.
No, but for 2 months it is.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I decided, okay, I can either pout and be a poopy pants, or we can get creative.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, you know what? I'm going to take a note from what leaders do. Leaders of industry, leaders of our nation.
Leaders in best.
Yeah, I'm just going to put the work on somebody else. So what we're going to do is...
Spyglass.
Right. I just started an LLC and I sell broken vacuums. So what we are going to do is we're going to have Lions superfan Kenny G. Cott. And what Kenny is going to do, we are going to find out, is Kenny on the mark or is Kenny on drugs? And it could be both. We're going to go through the schedule. But Kenny, I want to talk to you before we do this next segment. This is important now. You cannot be flippant about this, because while I don't care, the people do. Mm-hmm. The schedule game and people's reaction to it. Look, John Jansen had the Lions at 14-3. Pretty sure Gators got him at 17-0.
He has him at 12-5.
I want you to be better. which means we are going to take our time with this schedule. And you got to put some thought into this now. And I'm going to hit you with different things such as, hey, Kenny, remember, back-to-back road game. Hey, Kenny, team you're playing, they're coming off a bye. Kenny, letdown spot. Just
Kenny, Lions or Ditka? Because that's what it feels like when you play the scheduling game. Oh, well, how would they lose this game?
right. Now, here's what I will tell you. And this is the good news of all the nonsense that Schedule-a-Palooza is. People, you've wanted roses for years, decades, your whole life. Oh, Rico, that's right. Put the spritz of cologne on, drop a button on that dress shirt. Go ahead. Show the crowd a little taco meat for everybody. You're getting laid tonight, people, because the Lions only have 6 1:00 games. That's it. You're either America's game of the week, the Galaxy's game of the day. The Lions are, in fact, a premium television asset. Mm-hmm. That is the only fun thing I take out of the otherwise ball breaker that is schedule day. The Lions got their roses.
Is you get to see who the league likes, who's the it team,
Who's popular.
right, and who gets all the primetime games. And Detroit, starting off with week 1, almost to week 17, you're on TV. The world's going to be watching. It's not just 1:00 Thanksgiving Day, and the rest are 1:00 anymore. Now, you got to be able to handle all that pressure.
No, he doing it. This is like when you start your lawnmower or snow blower and it's been a season. And you got to prime it, and then you pull the rip. The deflator is priming himself.
Oh, he's already called me that today on the phone. I'm talking to David. I was like, David, seriously?
You got to focus on inflation, not deflation. Come on now.
So the day after the schedule is only the positive. I got it.
No. It's just not about bleeping all over everybody.
It's not. No, my thing is, this is it. You're that team.
Okay, 3:00. Okay. I will allow your deflation, but 3:00.
All right.
Because your message isn't wrong. But I don't know that people want that. It's 75 and sunny out. We're cruising.
Okay. Then you know what?
Deflate at 3.
I'm going to let it play out to 15-2.
No. You don't. No. No. See, I'm going to do it already. You don't have to. You're not required to give them a better record. And while your messaging might be right, that they could be a better team and have a worse record, we're just not starting there.
Okay.
We're going to get to that at 3.
Okay.
So if you can,
all right,
just hold the end of the balloon, and 3:00, you can let it go flying around the room.
Right. I'll see you guys in 52 minutes.
Now, Kenny, my question.
David, take him to church.
Have you looked at the schedule?
I have gone up and down the schedule. I've formulated ideas about how the season will go. Exactly.
So, when we go through this, I need you to keep emotion out of this now. I want you to, you're going to have to close your eyes. And I want you to visualize some of these games. And when I say letdown spot, or you're kind of set up to lose this game, or hey, Kenny, reminder, you already beat that divisional team one. I'm just going to be throwing in emotional bumper bowling. We're going to keep you, Kenny, as in life. We set up bumpers for you. And it's you may careen off of them, but we keep you on the lane.
I slam right into them, Mike.
Bing, bing. Now, David, we are going to set this up. I want to make sure we have a full segment to do it. Rico loves schedule day. I don't. Now, Kenny, thumbs up or down on schedule day?
Thumbs down, maybe thumbs middle, but more thumbs down, just because to me it's largely a waste of time of an exercise when you just go game by game by game.
Yes, it is, but
not for you. It isn't because you're petty.
No, it's not.
He will be making receipts on you,
no,
Kenny.
I believe that. I was expecting
it's not
that.
Receipts because we all look bad when you play the schedule game.
Unless you don't play it.
No, but
and that's the move.
What else?
He just delegates it to me. Kenny, you play the schedule game. I don't want to do that.
Hey, but Kenny, here's the thing. It's why the NFL is king. What else you going to talk about in May but this? So you have fun. You embrace it. Just like doing the mock drafts in January and February. It's just like, okay, we'll see. Combine watching. We were all looking at the 3-cone drill.
David, for or against schedule day?
I'm more against it. It's really, other than looking for travel days.
So let me ask the question.
What did I miss here?
Are we as a show just flawed, like emotionally broken, that we don't like scheduling day? Because the rest of the hosts,
Oh, they love it.
yeah, including they all needed a change of underwear. These people were all in sportsgasmic joy glory. And I'm like, don't care. Like, I'm happy the games are out and I see the times and all that. And I'm happy the Lions got their respect. But as far as picking the schedule, what?
Mike, it's what we all do, no matter if David, your travel Little League team. You kind of look at the schedule and say, you know what, we can win that game. We can lose that game. We can win this game.
Currently, with David's youth sports schedule, he's actually looking at selling one of his children. David, that's $500,000 on the black market.
Two good kidneys.
Well, of course, I got to get it now. Stoney said they're going to be on drugs, so.
No, but whether it's when your college schedule comes out, the pro schedule, it's in human nature. If you're a sports fan, you just kind of look at it and say, you know what, we could be, and you normally have a range. Now, to sit here and pick every game, if you could do that, you'd be a rich person in Vegas. But you're not, because there's games where you just know, we're going to win. Like last year, if I would have said, you know what, you're going to lose to Seattle again, everybody would have told me, no, not going to happen.
Well, Kenny's going to do this next. We are going to put Kenny to work. And we will find out where Kenny, who is the super fan, has your Detroit Lions. And then people get to call up and verbally abuse Kenny. I think that's a winning formula for something that I hate.
Hang on a minute. I didn't realize that the three of you hated this so much.
I don't think I hate it. I think it's a useless exercise.
Kenny is Switzerland. He's willing. He's affable, happy enough to do it. David and I don't like it. I never realized you were Gator. That's Gator. The stunning. That's the stunner. Wow. Blader joining us afternoons 2 to 6. This guy is like, wee, schedule day. Right. Rico's enjoying himself. Wow. We're going to
You may not be able to walk those comments back today, buddy. You may have officially lost me. And there's no amount of lunch you can buy to make up for that.
And Sting will play us out. All right. So listen, Victor's
joke.
All right. Well, Rico hopes I die, and hopefully your roof isn't dead. So listen, get with Victor's Home Solutions. Very simple. While a day like today is not going to mess you up too much, the rain you got coming in, if you have questions about the status of your roof, Victor's will answer all of them thoroughly. 21-point video roof inspection, and when you call Victor's Home Solution, look, they're taking the guesswork out of choosing the right contractor. It's a huge decision. More 5-star reviews than anybody else, and you're getting a contractor. They show up on time. Their customer service is second to none, and they are so confident in the work they do, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof that they install. Just call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book the appointment online anytime at victors.com. Kenny Cott to the main stage. Kenny's about to do the dirt that we don't want to do. And you, the listener, play along. And then either Kenny's on the mark or Kenny's on crack. But one way or other, Kenny's on trial. David, let's give Kenny some schedule music, shall we?
This is exactly the music that should be played behind an activity such as the schedule game.
Thank you. Because all I hear is Larry David bickering about schedule release day with Leon. Here we go. Week 1, Kenny. The Lions open up their defense of their NFC North title. September 8th, night game against the Rams. Been waiting all day for Sunday night. Kenny Cott, win or loss?
First Sunday night football. I closed my eyes when I thought about this game, and I know you said to leave emotion out of this.
Okay.
But I took myself back to being at this game, at this playoff game.
That's right.
I closed my eyes and I visualized it, the Jared Goff chants, the emotion. This might be the hottest this crowd gets this season.
Okay.
Week 1.
All right.
I'm going to count this as a win.
Okay. We're 1-0. We're off and running. And it's almost like they're taking you on a rehash of your playoff run. Week 2, at home. Rare 1 p.m. start. That's going to mess up David's church time. Home against the Bucks. Kenny.
Home against the Bucks. I also have a win. Homer 2-0. That's a homer. Okay.
David.
The Baker Mayfield experiment I don't think works in Tampa anymore. I think they had to win 5 out of their last 6 last year to be able to make the playoffs.
Okay.
I don't think they're that good this year, so I'm going to say win.
Week 3, and I'm willing to bet FanDuel odds right now, -140 Rico will be at this game. Lions in the desert, at Arizona, at Phoenix, at Glendale, wherever they play, at Mesa.
Take the under.
September 22nd. We got 425. Kenny Cott. Now, first road trip. You're feeling good after 2-0. Little sleepy spot here.
We'll be feeling good after 3-0. Any Arizona offense that they can generate in this game, I believe, because of their defense, the Lions can outscore any problems that they cause.
I didn't realize Gator was answering the phones.
Just you wait.
This is a game, though. I'm not going to be there. Take the Cardinals and the points.
Oh,
I don't even know what they are.
I'm fine with that, Rico.
Because here's what happens. Arizona's what the Lions used to be. They'll go into the third quarter with the lead, and if you're a Lions fan, just bet the money line because they will find a way to collapse.
Week 4. Here's the Rico Beard game. And that bum Geno Smith, September 30th. Oh, we got a night game, people. Ford Field, the Seattle Seahawks.
They will be going into the bye 4-0. And that is because the reason that I think that is.
Now, you never beat this team now.
And that's fine. But there's been a coaching switch. It's a brand new thing going on over there. I don't care about that bum Geno Smith.
What is the. Can we. You think Kenny can get.
What was. Oh, excuse me? All right. Week 5 is the bye week. Kenny's got him 4-0. And we
4.5-0 now because they're going to win the bye week as well.
Now we have some fun. Emotions running high. It's McSizzle season. October is upon us.
Tackle eligible. The Dallas Cowboys, Kenny.
That, I believe, is a rest versus rust spot for the Lions.
America's game of the week, Joe Buck. Troy Aikman looks like he just left a lounge.
I don't like how early this bye week came, by the way.
No one asked you. At Dallas, let's talk about it.
That's a loss. There's your first loss of the year. Rest versus rust coming off of a way too early bye. I think they lose that game.
And the Cowboys lost the week before. I made that up. All right. October 20th now. Back-to-back road games. Could it be McSizzle season? In Minnesota, 1 o'clock, Matterhorn.
Yeah, I think Minnesota blows. Also, who's their quarterback and how good will they be playing? I have no idea, so I'm going to say that's a win.
To 5-1 as we
because
go.
At that point, JJ may be the quarterback because they would have already had their bye week.
Now we go to where Kenny's comfortable. We go down to the honky-tonk. October 27th. Whew, Tennessee coming to town. Kenny's a huge Morgan Wallen guy. Tennessee coming to town. October 27th, 1 o'clock against the Titans. Sitting at 5-1. Kenny got.
They'd better win that. So I'm going to say 6-1. Coaching change, plus we should be able to outscore Levis.
You writing these down, David?
I got it. Okay. I got it. We're good. He's got him at what? 6-1 now?
6-1.
And now it is a showdown. America's game of the week. Aikman still hasn't buttoned his shirt or tied his necktie. Packers in Green Bay, 425 kick. Kenny got.
I think Green Bay is legit. Road game. I think this is a loss. Jordan Love is good, but I don't care what anybody says. That's 6-2.
6-2, and you've put, oh boy. Kenny, turn and cough. Here we go. You're in an uncomfortable spot now. November 10th at Houston, coming off of a loss to Green Bay. Double bubble. You're on the road again. Stroud, Sunday night.
Waiting all day.
Woo!
I can hear the SOL calls right now. The Jared Goff shouldn't have signed that big deal. 6-3 Stroud, and they added so much during the offseason.
6-3. Kenny's being negative in the afternoons. Goff's talking about the media.
So he's saying on November 11th, it's going to be we paid Goff too much money.
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
Oh,
Put that in your receipts because that's happening.
And then that worm will crawl out of his hole. I told you I wanted Hendon Hooker.
Oh, yeah, we'll get a ton of Hendon Hooker calls.
6-3. And you come home. This is a get-right spot. At home against Jacksonville.
1 o'clock.
This is a get-right spot. You took the words out of my mouth. I think this is a game where you outscore your problems. Plus, I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is bad by any stretch. I'm just not sold on him.
Okay. 7-3. Here's your tricky spot right here. Total wild card of a team. Indianapolis on the road, 1 o'clock. No idea what to do with Anthony Richardson. No clue.
That's exactly right. I don't know. And especially this deep into the season that you're at, you don't know what Anthony Richards is going to look like. I'm going to say they win this game, but this is why I hate this schedule game is because of games like this. What the hell are you picking?
8-3. And now we get the Bears. It's Turkey Day. It's time. It's a 12:30 kick. Caleb Williams and Rico's love child, Rome Odunze. Woo! Kenny Cott.
Will this be the year, Kenny?
They play awful on Thanksgiving, and wait for it. We have a mobile quarterback situation.
Will this be the 7 in a row? 8 in a row?
Last year was the year we broke a couple of stereotypes about the Lions never winning and never winning the big games. This will be one where we break this year. Thanksgiving, mark it down as a win.
Are we at 8-3 now, David?
9-3.
Yeah. Green Bay. They're coming here at night. Big spot. Short turn. Kenny, what do you got?
I think this is if you're a Super Bowl caliber team, you win this game. It's at home. Crowd's going to be hot. Love a night game, 10-3.
All right.
Probably black unis in that game.
How about Rico? 10-3, December 15th. America's game of the week. Brady's calling it. I'm calling it. Buffalo, 425.
This is Josh Allen. It's a game where I don't think Josh Allen can hang. I'm going to go with the Lions because I'm just not sold on Josh Allen.
David, what's it put him at?
11-3.
At Chicago, December 22nd. Look ahead spot because you know what's on the other side of it. You know what's across that bridge the next week? Privilegeville. Showdown. Home field on the line.
Or Chicago, 2-3 days before Christmas, probably freezing outside.
Ooh.
Jared Goff.
We got a
weather.
tiny hands cold weather spot, sandwich spot, look ahead spot.
Rico, I think we just became best friends. You just read my mind there. It's 11-4. Chicago outdoors. That's a loss.
11-4. Lick your wounds. And now you go to Privilegeville. Lions, Niners for home field advantage. December 30th. We got a night game, y'all.
I would love to look Rico in the eyes and tell him that we're going to pound his privileged team. I can't do it. And you know, part of the reason why, this is why I said I hated where the bye week was.
Wow.
Very early on, This team's going to be banged up for this game. I'm going to say they lose.
But Kenny, you know what? You could actually win this game.
That is possible. You're right.
Because if the Niners have locked everything up, they're going to be playing bench players.
Next game, let's move it along.
11-5. It will be pandemonium around the holidays. The Lions seeding is slipping, back-to-back losses. We've got people like Jim Costa questioning the contract.
We need to have some plays for Hendon Hooker.
And we finish week 18 at home against Minnesota, TBD.
This is the Dan Campbell, you got to win this game, the motivation spot. I'm going 12-5.
This is JJ coming home.
They finished 12-5.
People, is Kenny on the money? Is Kenny on crack? 12-5. Is he overly positive, overly negative? Let's talk about it.
Was he right on point? 248-539-9797.
Tremendous work, Kenneth. And okay, hi. Hey, summer driving season is here. Now, we have a couple of problems in this state. A, our roads suck. B, there's too many people on those roads. C, we allow too many big rigs here. Oh, and construction on all of said roads featuring all of said things. Yeah, there's going to be accidents. And if you're injured in one, David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now. Injury attorney David Femininio, he doesn't take a fee until you win your case. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website anytime. Get David. GetPaid.com. Okay, Kenny took you through the schedule. 12-5. Little bit of a swoon in December. That's really going to bother people. So was Kenny too positive, too negative? Is he on the mark? Your chance to verbally assault Kenny is just a few button pushes away. David, some ticket text, please.
Kenny is spot on. 12-5 is what I also believe. Someone else says the Lions play 14 games indoors. It's Super Bowl or nothing for me. Kenny's wrong.
Oh, hold on, time out. Going 12-5 doesn't preclude you from going to the Super Bowl. Guys, do me a favor. How many times in the last 5 years, which is recent history, has an NFL team won 14 games? Go do the little homework assignment. Go do that. Mm-hmm. Do that if for instance, if you're listening to us in your cubicle and you know you need to visit stall 3. When you go to drop a grumpy, go do the homework assignment. That's the one thing I keep hearing on this station today. People are driving me crazy.
I know the answer. So, yeah, I want you guys to go figure it out, but yeah.
David.
A couple of the games differ, but I also have them going 12-5. Someone else says bye week 5 is brutal. 10-7 because of it. Packers win the division.
Oh, boy, if you had that opinion at 10-7, people would be after you. Big time.
Well, someone is after him. What? This is from Mike. Kenny is on crack. I think he hit the same pipe as the mornings and the middays. Lions are 10-7. Green Bay wins the division. Yeah, right.
How is he have 2 less wins than me and I'm on crack? We're not that far apart.
He thinks you're being too positive.
Okay.
Well, you're also saying that the Lions won't win the division as well.
You do realize that is a distinct possibility.
It is, but I mean,
I know we're not allowed to say that here. Mike hates everything. No, I don't hate anything. Oh, I hate a few things, but I have, there's no hate in this. It is really hard to win a division back-to-back. It is clear as day. Everyone here thinks the Packers stink, even though the last time you were on the same field as them, they hit you with a garbage can. And they did the same thing to San Francisco and lost much the same way as you did. They have a ton of young talent. They had a zillion draft picks this year. They made good signings. It is plausible. Mm-hmm. Packers going to win this division.
I did acknowledge, too, the Packers and the Bears, we would split with them. So it's not like I was having you sweep the division or anything. Mm.
So I just don't want to see you yelled at because you acknowledge the Packers are really good. They are.
Kenny, I would help you, but I've been embargoed until 3 o'clock. So.
The deflator. Deflators be deflating starting at 3 o'clock. Because Rico's message is one you don't want to hear, but you need to hear, which means Rico's a good friend. I think. I am. Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anthony? How are you?
How y'all doing today?
Good. What's on your mind?
I'm going to predict the Lions record. I agree with Kenny, 12-5. I got them losing back-to-back. I have them losing their first game at Green Bay, then coming home losing against Texas. I think they had the Texas. But losing those 2 back-to-back, they lose at Buffalo, and they get blown out last game of the season by my Rico's 49ers.
Well, Buffalo is in Ford Field. It's not at Buffalo.
Ford Field?
Yeah.
It's an upset because they're going to get caught looking ahead if that last game where our Niners matters or not.
So you got him at 12-5?
I agree, yeah.
Like if I here, this is, and I know people will be upset. If you offered me 12-5 right now, I'd sign a piece of paper and take it. I'd forego all outcomes better than that.
12-5 means right now you're in the mix for the number 1 overall seed because
oh no, according to other people you need to win 14, 15 games.
But it happens, but it doesn't happen as often as you think it happens.
Someone answer my question. How many times has the team won 14 football games last 5 years? How many times has the team won 13? Do the math. Mm-hmm. And hate to break it to you, we all know this is a really good football team. This is the first time they're going to be the hunted, not the hunter. It's different. I'm telling you, it's way different. And they'll be fine. I think they'll be very good this year.
You don't even need to wait for me. Mike's giving it to you right now.
Oh, the deflator.
Mike's preaching right now.
Deflator and trade.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, let's go to Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matty? How are you?
Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing, brother?
Excellent, sir. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm thinking, I'm a pretty positive person. I think Lions are going undefeated.
Uh-oh. All right. The floor is yours. Let me hear this.
All right. So I got a couple points. They've been making vast improvement the past few years, gaining a lot of confidence, and all the teams that Kenny thinks are going to beat us, we basically already beaten. You know, we basically beat the Niners, except we blew it because our defense.
So you lost.
So now our defense is way better. Green Bay, we beat them last year, failed again because of our defense. Our defense is way better now. The only games I'm really worried about are Niners and Buffalo, and he's got that tagged as a win. So I think we got that one locked up. This could be their year, man. I think they're going undefeated.
Matt, and we're just having a conversation here. You do realize that every team went out to make improvements, not just the Lions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I think that they're coming off a very good season. They're going to be real confident. I think just our defense is going to be vastly better. I think what's his name's going to get way more sacks this year. I'm sorry, I can't really think right now.
No, you're okay. You're okay. You're in the middle of a work day, Matt.
Aiden?
It's all right. No problem. You're fine.
Yeah, he's thinking Aiden Hudson's going to get more sacks.
And look, Matt, that's fine. I guess I view it differently is like the range for teams. It's never a specific number to me. You just have a range. This is what their talent is. If it goes a little bit off, here's the downside. If it goes really right, here's the upside. I mean, first of all, there's no team in football I'll predict to win 13 games. I just won't do it. It's too hard. It's too hard of a league. It's a slog. You don't have the multiple bye weeks that you would need. They got these stupid Thursday games. I think these primetime games take a toll on you. Mm-hmm. Like if things go wrong for the Lions, 9. Right. If things go right, 12. That's a nice range to be in. Ask me about the Chiefs, I would tell you the same thing.
Right. I mean, but think about this, Mike. Chiefs, we look at this dynasty. You know how many games they won last year? You probably do because you know everything.
Just go
ahead.
ahead.
It was a rhetorical question.
Yes.
11. So.
Really hard to do.
Right. So you got to win 14, 15. They won 11 games.
And I hate saying it because we have no idea sitting here right now what Tampa Bay on September 15th will look like, or what Tennessee on the 27th, or the Colts on November 10th. Why do I say that? The games you circle in the summer as gimmies can end up being the ones that bite you in the ass. Mm-hmm. The NFL does this every year. Look, last year, everyone had Houston marked as a W. Mm-hmm. One problem. Houston didn't get that memo.
Right.
So you have to approach it.
And Mike, on the flip side, everybody had games against Philly as in, we're going to lose that one. Until all of a sudden you realize this team's garbage.
Right. They're going to go 2-8 down the stretch.
Or you know what? Mr. Dangerous or whatever he called, Unlimited. And wow.
Mr. Dangerous.
We all thought that the Broncos were going to be good, and then they weren't. So, yeah, you're right.
Hold on. Can we get a petition for Russell Wilson to have to go by Mr. Dangerous now? Please. Anytime he speaks, I do want to hit him with a chair. Mr. Dangerous. David.
That's how he eats his sandwiches.
If I get you a Russell Wilson Steelers jersey, but it's customized with Mr. Dangerous on the back,
I will wear it.
Will you wear that?
I will wear it, yes.
I beg of you.
Mr. Dangerous.
I'm thinking of how he eats his Subway sandwiches. Got to eat it the dangerous.
Ooh, that is hot. I can't stand him. I can't stand him. David, a couple of ticket texts and we'll get to a blitz. And then top of the hour, deflators be deflating. A message you don't want to hear, it's a message you need to hear. Rico's going to be your daddy.
Kenny is spot on. Anything more would be a bonus. Anything less would be a failure. Someone else says, Kenny has the same prediction as his best friend Gator, 12-5. Gator has them losing to Green Bay and Houston back-to-back, then dropping the last 3.
Wait a minute, did you copy Gator's notes? What is it, are you in 4th grade?
Didn't copy Gator's notes. I didn't want Hendon Hooker. I don't love hookers, okay?
You just like them.
Probably a good place to stop. 248-539-9797. We'll get a football today. Top of the hour. Rico's going to give you the message you need to hear. And I'm going to sit here and laugh as you verbally assault him. Hey, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. And in fact, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. They got the product, man. It's in their warehouse mile down the road. That's the secret to the sauce. There's no lead times, no wait times. They don't cry about supply chain. They just get what you need at the price you need it. $1.59, some of it's as cheap as that. Deck season is here, so let's get one built, shall we? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, it's a day you love, a day I hate. No, it's not a day that ends in Y. It's schedule release day. So I told David, you're going to put all of these in a blitz because I just cannot handle doing long-form radio on this. So here we go. Music.
So we're going to do this by the number style. So I will give you categories again.
Then you have to say it right.
By the numbers.
That's by the numbers. It's ridiculous.
So let's start with the travel category here, and I'm going to give you the number 36.
36 in the travel category. All right, certainly not miles. 36. Anyone want to venture a guess here?
No, 36.
All right,
the shortest distance between. No. Thought maybe it was Commanders and the Ravens.
No, 36 will be the number of time zones the Chargers will travel through this season.
Oh, my God.
Which will be also 26,803 miles. That is the most miles this season.
Now, it's not a number, but do you have a guess or do you know who travels the least this season?
I also have that.
I know this answer.
Okay.
I think I do. Watch, I'll get this wrong. It's so ridiculous. Do you know who travels the least? And I want you to think David's division.
Oh, I was going to say Carolina.
I immediately thought Cleveland.
No, it's actually the Bengals, I think.
No. It is not the Bengals.
Who is it?
It's the Washington Commanders.
Oh.
10,550
All right,
miles.
I'm going to go back and find what I read.
Okay.
Because I swear to you, it was the Bengals. Okay, glad we did this. I'm also a moron. Commanders, by the numbers. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so they are 18 time zones, by the way, for them. I'm going to give you the number 9. This is not travel related. This is miscellaneous.
Okay.
The number 9.
Times I will turn off Giants games in bitter disappointment. Give us a hint, David.
Playoff teams that the Steelers will play.
It is playoff team related.
Okay, this is good. This is good. Give
It
us
is
a hint.
playoffs related.
Need a hint.
That's when you talk.
I'm going to go, well, if I do that, I'll just give it to you.
All righty.
You said playoff related. It is playoff rematches. There are 9 playoff rematches this year.
Are we for or against what they did to the Lions to start the season with Rams and Bucks?
It didn't dawn on me until I saw the Bucks, but I was like, okay, you're starting off with the Rams. And I'm like, and then the very next week it is the Bucks. If they would have went Rams, Bucks, Niners, I would have been like, come on, guys. We see your theme here. I'm okay with that. It's, both at home. And yeah, we get to, the crowd gets to kind of relive that whole excitement that was the playoffs.
For a third of the price.
That is true.
Yeah, so the Lions, of course, are part of the back-to-back in week 1, where they have the Ravens and the Chiefs in week 1, and then Rams at Lions is a playoff rematch. And they also are part of the week 17 rematches with the Lions at 49ers and then the Ravens at Houston. So the Ravens are also a part of week 1 and then week 17 there. I'm going to give you the category rest, and I'm going to go 13.
13. Would that be days between a game? Would someone almost have 2 weeks? I don't know.
That wouldn't make sense. I was going to say 13 teams all having the same bye week, but that wouldn't make sense.
Kenny, would you like to participate?
I had a similar thought that you did because the bye week and then there's the weird wonky schedule this year of games being basically every single day of the week 1 week. I think you're might not be close.
Well, David, would you like to tell us? Preferably on microphone.
13 teams have a pair of 4-day turnarounds on their schedule.
And players hate it, and rightfully so.
It used to not be that way. That used to not be the rule. They don't care anymore.
In actuality, I think the league's brilliant because now they're going to make the players so angry about all the 4-day short turns and Thursday night games and Wednesday night games. Now they'll agree to 18 games just to have less of those and get a second bye week. Mm-hmm. It's 4D chess.
Until they want to do it again. But you know what? How about you give us a 20-week season?
I'm going to give you the number 12, also in the category rest.
12.
I'm listening.
No, I'm trying to think. 12.
David, a hint.
Teams with late bye weeks.
No. The hint will be middle of the week games.
Oh, no. 12 games that are played on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Nope, there will be 12 teams that play multiple times on Thursday.
And that locker room is going to be furious.
One of them's right here.
That is correct. The Lions have Thanksgiving, and then they have following week against Green Bay.
But that's okay.
Because it's a full week.
Yes, and then you get essentially a bye week.
They did that with Dallas last year.
I can live with that because you are already one of the unique teams that has the Thanksgiving Day game. What I can't stand is you play Sunday and you're staring down the barrel of a gun on Thursday.
And I guess the beauty of it is, even when you play Sunday, it's going to be in Indianapolis, which is just a quick flight back to Detroit.
Yes. Rico Beard.
So I'm just going to give you this next one. Rico knows this next one has to do with his team, and it deals with bye weeks. The 49ers will face 4 teams coming off their bye weeks. That is tied for the most in a season since 1990.
But, privilege.
So that means San Francisco will have 22 fewer days of rest than their opponents this season.
But, privilege, according to some.
According to some. I'm going to go to the betting category, and I'm going to say 2 teams, 17 weeks.
2 teams, 17 weeks. Can I just offer? I'll get it wrong. 2 teams are favored in every game.
No, you're close. There's 1 team favored in every game. That would be the 49ers.
Privilege.
And then the Carolina Panthers
are underdogs in every game.
Underdogs in every game.
That's amazing.
Unreal.
What is it like rooting for a team that's favored every week?
They don't win every game. And they also have teams with a bye week, so they get the extra days of preparation to play them. So, yeah.
Got it. Hate seeing it.
David, how about 1 team NHL?
1 team NHL?
Yeah. The Giants' new uniforms.
Oh,
what do you mean? I don't get the NHL thing.
Have you seen them? They look like the Canadians.
Okay. I'm going to say this, and you're going to be shocked. It doesn't matter because they could be wearing pajamas. They'll lose in whatever they're wearing. They're terrible. I actually don't hate them.
Really?
I don't hate them because I understand what they're supposed to be, which is the 100th anniversary of the team. Oh, but your helmets have wings, blarg. Yeah, the only color combination of winged helmets that bothers me are the scumbags in Ann Arbor.
Oh, no. It wasn't the winged helmet because a lot of teams wore winged helmet back in the day.
Michigan stole the winged helmet. Hello.
It was just the jersey. I'm like,
I know.
It kind of looks like the Canadians.
Yes, it does. I guess for me, I've seen worse. I don't know how I feel about the pants, but they're so bad it just doesn't matter to me.
Sorry, David.
I was actually okay with them. Like, all right, fine enough. Not like I'm going to run out and buy one.
No, I think nothing. The worst throwback jersey still is
Packers.
No, it's the Keystone Cops. Steelers.
Well, okay.
I hate those.
Eagles, turquoise and yellow, the day they played the Lions with Kevin Cobb at quarterback.
It's still the key. All I hear is just that the 30s Keystone Cops, Benny Hill type music.
Got it. Yes, David.
I'll just close it out with the number 0.
Games the Giants will win.
And it has to do with the Panthers again.
Not favored in any game.
We did that.
How many people actually like David Tepper?
Primetime games.
They have 0 primetime games this year.
Nice job by you. And you're right, because watching that team on primetime is a depressing endeavor.
You know what it is? It was Detroit years ago. No primetime games, all 1 o'clock games. And remember, people wanted to take Thanksgiving away from them because they were like, you lose them all the time. Why should we force America to watch you at all?
And that is your football today.
NBA playoffs are here. You can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. It's $150 to use on anything. SGPs, live bets, futures, whatever you like. No better place to bet all the action than America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. The bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Just call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Jared Goff made his first public appearance since signing that 4-year, $212 million contract extension with the Lions earlier this week. Now having security, he said he's focused on leaving a championship legacy in Detroit. Goff and the Lions are tied for the second most primetime games this coming season at 5. Only the Cowboys, Niners, and Jets have more, each with 6. Detroit ranks 11th in strength of schedule for 2024 with an opponent's winning percentage from this past season of .509. And Michigan State coach Jonathan Smith has landed another transfer portal acquisition, and this one from an old rival. D-tackle Ben Roberts, formerly of Oregon, has committed to MSU. The one-time 4-star recruit from Salt Lake City spent the last 2 seasons in Eugene. He has 3 years of eligibility remaining. From the Core Wealth Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Mr. Dangerous. All right. We're going to need that as a drop. Am I allowed? I'm going to hijack the show. We're going to let Rico deflate everybody at 5. But I wanted to bring something up because this is in Rico's wheelhouse, but I was thinking about something. Yesterday, we came on the air after the Tiger game. That was a very brutal couple hours. People are very upset. And I want to present something. Now, I'm not telling you. I want to state this for the record. I'm not telling you to do this. I don't even know if it's the right thing to do. But what if I offered you a potential solution for what ails us? And it's based on something that Rico Lamar Beard said yesterday. Would you be interested in hearing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. And again, before anybody goes sideways, loses their mind, I'm not demanding this. I'm simply offering a crazy idea. It is pretty clear that the Tigers seemingly, seems like, are not doing everything in their power to win this division this year. Would you agree with that statement?
Correct.
Okay. Would it also be fair? We're going to treat this like court. Would it also be fair to assert that Scott Harris has a longer-term plan than what any of us are comfortable with?
That would be correct.
Also, okay, Kenny nodding. Okay. Would it be fair to say that this team has a lot of pitching, has depth to the pitching?
Correct.
Okay. What if I could offer you something? What if I told you a guy on this team that by the time you're really ready to win, I mean win big, he's an unrestricted free agent, that you will have this player next year and the year after. But this player, last I checked, was repped by Scott Boras. That this player
is going to be problems.
Well, this player will command north of $300 million minimum. I want to ask you if you'd be comfortable with the idea of something. Not the actuality, just the idea. Would you even think about it? Guys, I want to present to you. Would you think about dealing Tariq Skubal? You got 2 RBers left. He's going to be a $40 million a year pitcher in the offseason in 2 years. You're not winning nothing with him. He can't be any better than he is. He can't pitch any better than he's pitching. He's already a borderline Cy Young guy, right? You have no offense whatsoever. What would it cost you to acquire offense? Well, things that this owner clearly isn't comfortable spending, right? Skubal, if you moved soon, now-ish, has exponential value because he is team control for 2 more years versus waiting until he has to get a contract. And remember something, guys. I don't believe there's any wisdom in paying pitchers $30, $35, $40 million a year. Why? Injuries. Mm-hmm. Tommy John. Blowouts. Skubal would fetch you a package that is incalculable. So, for instance, if you called Baltimore, who's got a better system of positional players than Baltimore, including maybe a guy from their everyday roster.
I was going to say everyday player.
Plus 3 prospects.
I was going to say 2, but okay.
I'm bringing this up because this is how sick I am.
Wait.
Rico Beard yesterday saying it on the air, and I said, dude, I don't even want to think about the stats.
Is it July already?
No. But I wanted to know what fans thought of if we reposition our view of the rebuild. If you let go of, like right here, right now, I don't accept that they're still rebuilding. I don't accept that. But my opinion doesn't mean anything. If Scott Harris believes they're in a full rebuild and Chris Ilitch believes they're in a full rebuild, and if A.J. Hinch can go on the radio and tell me that they're going to keep playing Javi Baez even though he hurts them every day, Let's take a step back from it and go, all right, how do I fast track this thing? It's clear Chris isn't going to have a $200 million payroll, $180 million pay. He's just not going to do it. I think we all have to just accept that while we are $60 million below league average, which is $170, Skubal will be a $40 million a year player. And the longer you hold him, the less value he has. What if you believe Scott Harris is a genius, you empower Scott Harris to take some of the strength, we're not winning anything with him, and you go add several, 2, 3, 4 high-end bats to your system and to your everyday. Let me be unequivocal. There would never be a scenario I would even bring this up without landing an everyday player, which means you got to be able to go and pick, like for instance with the Orioles, you'd have to get a Jordan Westberg, or you'd have to get a Colton Cowser. You'd have to get a centerpiece that the guy's already shown he's the goods. Plus, or plus.
Right.
I'm asking. Because if we're not going to win the division this year, which sure doesn't look like it, and our hopes are residing on Tiger system players where they have no real track record of development outside of Riley, are you willing to at least talk about this? Or am I just going to be slandered for being creative and asking a question, which generally seems to be what happens at this station? 248-539-9797. Now, before I go to the people, I need to talk to my people. David's rubbing his forehead. Kenny won't look at me. And Rico's nodding in approval as if I've picked his brain.
No, I feel like this is what Jim Costa feels like every day with the schmarminess. It's yes. I'm totally on board with this. I was just told I had to wait until July because it's like, guys, you have a commodity right now that people want. They're watching your pitchers go out there and pitch great games and lose. And they're sitting there thinking, man, if we could just pick this piece, add him to our rotation, and take Skubal from being an ace to, let's say he's a second or a third on a really good team. Yeah. Especially teams that have already lost pitchers for a long period of time or lost them for the year.
I've got one of those teams. I root for them.
Right.
How about a lefty in Yankee Stadium? What would the Yankees pay for Skubal?
And that's what I said. To me, you got to start selling off your assets because nobody wants your everyday players. But man, you could go out there. See, I was thinking, and you got to get an everyday player plus at least 2 top prospects to come in.
And again, guys, before you laugh at what Rico just said, make no mistake. Whether someone will pay that or not is none of my concern. This is simply a conversation about, do we, as fans, I don't have to accept where they're at. But I'll tell you what I can't continue to accept is a team that's going to struggle to score 600 runs. Skubal at age, what is Skubal right now? 27 years old? Does that sound right? Is he 27? Okay. 2 years of arbitration, and then it's going to be, by that point, $400 million deal. So I'm asking the question. Would you ponder it? But it's targeted to what Rico just said. I need a guy that's in the major leagues every day and is quality and team control, and I need elite prospects. Oh, bet your ass if I called the Yankees, there would be a shopping list. And from a prospect standpoint, it would begin with Spencer Jones. But I'm just asking the question because it is clear. Let's just take our radio show. Forget the radio station and forget the whole fan base. Where I'm at, you're at, Kenny's at, and David's at is not where the team is at. And if they're not trying and they're going to keep playing Javi every day and we're going to keep looking at a lineup that features, Wensil, Perez hitting third, they're not going to win anything. And Skubal can't be better than he is. He's a stud. I love Skubal. But think about it. If they don't believe their windows in the next, it's not this year and probably not next year unless something drastically changes, then what are we really talking about? Are you ready to cut a $400 million check?
No.
Or could this get us some of the things we don't have?
Right. Because I don't think that it's in the farm system. And yeah.
Again, it might be. It's just,
buddy, I'm just happy that I don't have to wait until July for this topic.
you might have to, depending if the people respond. 248-539-9797. Kenny, you are burning a hole through me with those eyeballs. What's going on?
I'm just thinking about this through a different scope, a much more unfortunate scope, by the way. As you said, $400 million player. This is a Boris client. I don't think they're going to spend, not that they don't want to, I don't think they will spend that kind of money on Tariq Skubal. What track record does this team have of spending in the last decade? None. So I think that means you almost have to consider this as a possible trade.
So even though he's your own talent, you don't want it to turn into an E-Rod type of situation where he's holding you over a barrel.
And you lose him for nothing. That's what concerns me more about any of this, is that you lose him for nothing.
Okay. I'm not shooting you down. I just don't want to think about it that way because it takes away from the center of the topic, which is being competitive. Mm-hmm. That if a team doesn't have their foot on the gas pedal, you will be wasting the best of Skubal. And God help you if he gets hurt between now and when you're ready to win and he's gone for 2 years.
Is it just Skubal? Or would you be willing to lose another pitcher as well?
I don't have that answer.
No, I'm just saying. So if all of a sudden somebody was like, well, what do you want for Olsen over there?
No. You have to listen. They have a top 5 pitching staff, and they're still under 500.
Okay.
And I'm not being rude. I'm saying you have some depth to the staff, and you're not far away from the Jackson Jobe experience. Rico, I'm with you in that I don't know that the secrets of the universe for the offense do reside in this farm system. I don't. Parker Meadows got sent down. He's like 4 for 25. All right, he's not good. Mm-hmm. Colt Keith is yet to show he's an MLB player. And please, spare me, even though he's probably the second highest paid guy in the team. They gave him a whopping $27 million over like 6 years. All right, take it easy. It's not Ohtani money.
Right.
Is it Justin Henry Malloy, who apparently is an atrocious defensive player? Is it Young, who you've had to teach how to play third base? Who's the savior? So I'm making a point that if I could call the Orioles and go, look, I want Jordan Westberg and Connor Norby. Plus, would you dare? I'm just testing the waters. 248-539-9797. David, you're shaking your head. We'll get to you next. We're a little over time. Rico, tell them all about it.
This has to be how Costa feels every morning when he just shows up. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. They're at 14 Mile and Mound. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And at Hamilton Chevy, they got them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs to convertibles that were made for days like today in the great state of Michigan. Look, it's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the May Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Companies advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Guys, reality, nothing's for free. You want a fair deal, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And if you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you can save yourself up to $2,000. It's easy installation. It's fast. Same-day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, everybody be nice. Nobody panic. I'm not pounding the table for this. I'm bringing something up that if Scott Harris is in a mindset of I'm rebuilding a rebuild, and there's no urgency from the franchise, which there's not, if they're just going to keep playing Javi every day, which they are, then let's go inside their mind for a minute. What's your most valuable asset? Tariq Skubal. 2 years of ARB left. Then he's an unrestricted free agent repped by Boris, right? You call the Orioles up. Let's say the apple of your eyes, Jackson Holiday. Plus. Yeah, that's the going rate for a 27-year-old left-handed stud muffin who is a Cy Young type pitcher. The point I'm making is if the team isn't trying to win, then you're rebuilding. There's no such thing as middling. You're trying or not. And if you're truly rebuilding, and we know they're not that good this year, and barring something seismic changing, you're not going to be that good next year. It would require multiple farmhands turning it on and becoming all-star caliber bats, and the pitching being for real. I'm asking the question. Would you dare? Because I tell you, Yankees would pick up the phone. Orioles would pick up the phone. Baseball would pick up the phone. Mm-hmm. And if you believe Scott Harris is half as smart as Scott Harris believes he is, it's not a Troy Weaver situation. Would you ponder it? Guys, bottom line is I'm not going to be driven to insanity the rest of the summer. So I'd be more comfortable if Scott Harris came out and just said, guys, look, I want to win as bad as anybody, but I walked into a mess. We're retooling this thing. It's going to take some time. Just go public and say it. But see, the last time we got anything public, it was Chris Ilitch saying the rebuild's 100% over. So
he has passion.
Right. So I'm just, guys, if I could make a transformative deal that would keep you young, cheap, and exciting offensively, would that not seem to be how ownership would want it here? I'll say it to you again, you $60 million under league average. You're nowhere close to being a top 10 payroll that it takes to win a World Series.
So if you go to the Orioles, you go after Gunnar Henderson?
No, he ain't moving.
Okay.
It'd have to be Holiday. Okay. Norby, Westberg, McDermott. I'm not really, I don't know that I want Hunter Kjerstad because he's had some health problems and hasn't really shown much. I'm making a point to you that without nerding out, yes, I apologize. I know farm systems. The point is.
Well, then you know baseball.
What do I know? I don't know nothing about nothing. 248-539-9797.
David, I think before we get to you, David, yes. I think it's a great idea because, yes, this team is not what we've been promised. And contrary to popular belief, no, they're going to struggle to get to 81, 82 games this year in a bad division. Now, if they were trying to win this thing, allegedly or seemingly, then, yeah, you know what? Maybe you become buyers. I don't see that. So I would rather right now, and that's why I was like, hey, what's the moratorium? Because, yes, trade an arm before that arm gets injured and it becomes somebody else's problems. Go raid their farm system and bring in some everyday players because you don't have any. You have a lot of cute names that we're all hoping will turn out to be something, but really, you got Riley Green.
Yeah, and you got a 40-year history where Riley Green, Travis Fryman, and Curtis Granderson are the only thing you've ever produced. And by the way,
since your 84 team.
The best international signing might be Wensil Perez. Congrats. No offense. That's not Jordan Caminero or O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah. So yeah,
or Ellie Dela Cruz. The best thing we got is Wensil Perez. All right.
You get Jackson.
What about Campos?
Get Jackson Holiday. Maybe you could tell Harvey. See ya.
See, and that leads me. What you just said, Mike, is what leads me to my frustration.
Don't be mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the organization because, yes, we should consider that. But my heart is sad because we should be done with this. These type of trade ideas, we should be done with. We shouldn't have to trade good pitchers because we have nothing in the farm system or we have nothing coming up to help or we can't hit offensively.
No, it's not.
We're supposed to be done.
Correct yourself so you don't get slandered by a number of people on this station and on Ticketex. It's not that they don't have anything. It's that I question their ability to develop people.
Correct.
I question their ability to truly have difference makers.
Correct.
Because you do wonder, man, if you took this person, and you see it all the time, okay, they make a trade, and all of a sudden, the person becomes good, and it's just wow, maybe it is us.
Yeah, the development seems to not be there. I don't see it, and I'm frustrated with the idea because I thought we were done with this.
So why I brought it up is because AJ's comments really stuck with me. And the reality of everything we've been complaining about, if you just accept the fact they're not going for it, therefore, maybe Rico's one-off comment yesterday is more real. And of course, the odds of this, not high. You make this type of move as Scott Harris, you're putting your job on the line. You make this move and it doesn't work, that's probably a road to you getting fired 2 years from now. It's probably a smaller arm that gets dealt. But I'm just saying,
the slow route.
The guy's got 2 ARB years left, and then you're going to have to pay him like he's Max Scherzer. You're going to have to pay him. Tariq Skubal will be the highest paid pitcher in baseball.
No, you're right.
248-539-9797. Ticket text, and then it's all phones. What are people saying? I'm a big boy. They can get mad. I just want to talk.
Yes, do it. Good everyday bat plus a top prospect. Reese is our ace. Manning can be brought up full time. I love Skubal, but this offense is horrific. I make the trade in a heartbeat. Don in Armada.
Wow.
Somebody says, I'm finally with you. Yes, trade him, but do you trust Harris? Jerry from Rochester Hills.
Jerry, I don't have a choice. Because here's the thing. And Rico knows this, and if you guys have listened to the show for any amount of time, you know this. What I can't stand are the GMs who hide. And what I mean by that is they never make a move that's worth talking about. Because the minute you make a big move, you're on the clock. You are going to be judged by that. Mm-hmm. So I call them stallers. There's a lot of stallers in professional sports. That's not Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes makes big, brazen, bold moves, and he don't give an F about being evaluated. In fact, he keeps receipts. The other side of it is the Troy Weavers of the world. They never make a move worth talking about. They pimp out cap space like the average guy with a job and a mortgage cares, and we keep punting for a day that never comes.
See, I would say Troy makes moves, Mike, on draft day, but we've grown to realize these players aren't going to turn into anything. Because his first 2 drafts were wow. Look
no,
at
that's because you love
Pistons. No, it's what the Pistons are doing. And it's just okay, they traded with the Knicks and they got Duran. And okay, maybe this works. And it didn't.
We're going to go to the phones next. I'm asking you. Because if they're not in it now, and barring something seismic, can I tell you they're a 90-win team next year? No. Then what are you really doing? Go get the help.
Mike, welcome to the dark side.
It does feel dirty, I have to tell you.
This was inevitable, but I'm glad we just got it out in the open today.
Hungry Howie's.
Now our relationship can go forward.
Perfect. The mix and match deal. It's Hungry Howie's. Any 2 items starting at $6.99. Mix and match menu has been expanded. It includes nearly every offering from Hungry Howie's. And whether it's the apps, one topping medium pizzas, desserts, sides, you name it, it's all in the mix and match. $6.99 each. Possibilities are truly endless. Just like the crust options, 8 flavored crusts to choose from. Hungry Howie's. Don't settle for less than the best. Order off the Mix and Match menu tonight. It's Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Encouraging signs from one of the Red Wings' top prospects. Marco Casper, whom Detroit drafted 8th overall in 2022, tallied a goal and 2 assists for the Griffins in the AHL playoffs last night. The Austrian had 14 goals and 21 assists in 71 games in the regular season, his first with Grand Rapids. It's a travel day for the Tigers, who start a 6-game road trip tomorrow night at Arizona with Tariq Skubal on the mound. Hear it on 97.1. Pregame coverage starts at 9:15. And former Grand Valley defensive lineman Javier Suggs is transferring to LSU, passing on Michigan and other Power 5 suitors in the Midwest. Suggs was teammates at Grand Valley with Kenzel Kelly, son of current LSU coach and former 2-time national championship winning coach at GVSU, Brian Kelly. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, straight to the people. I'll duck for cover. Let's see where everybody's at with it. We lead off with Ivory, 97.1. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I couldn't wait to call because my coworker and I, we talk baseball a lot. And he almost lost his mind when I said this today. That, I would, because it kind of reminds me of the Boyd situation where when you're a GM, you're coming into this situation and you have to assess, like you said, okay, he's 2 years from arbitration eligible. Are we going to win right now? And seeing how we went out there, we didn't do anything with our offense. We want to see these guys develop. Okay, I was cool with that. But now that we see, okay, we have good pitching. He's 2 years away. If somebody's willing to meet your asking price, I'd trade him tomorrow. I'd scratch his starting against Arizona, and I'd trade him tomorrow because I don't want to get in a situation where he gets hurt and then now you're stuck with nothing, because you can retool that situation. You can retool your offense. You can even get, if somebody's willing to meet your asking price, get a good everyday offensive starter, and you could probably pluck another good young pitcher. So I'd do it in a heartbeat. I'd do it right now if somebody's willing to be my asking price.
Avery, that's exactly why, because you're looking at all the pitchers that go down in Major League Baseball. Yeah, you're playing the game where, man, if he gets injured, his value goes down. But right now you have teams that are desperate. They need starting pitching, and they're trying to go to the playoffs. They got a lot of people in their farm system that aren't really – that they actually have people blocking them, like real legitimate people blocking them. And you can go out and get those players. Yeah, you make the move, and because you just have to bite the bullet and realize you're still in a rebuild. This is not a team that's ready right now, nor next year.
And until we see evidence otherwise, no matter how much this upsets people, I'll play by their rules. They're not going to carry a league average payroll, much less a competitive one. So, all right, 2 years from now or less, you're going to have to hit Skubal with a $400 million contract, or Scott Boras will rip him from you. So I'm just going to go under the assumption we're not going to play that way. So there you go. And I go, well, when the time is right, Chris will spend. Will he?
A better question is, when will the time be right?
Yeah, when is the time right exactly? Because I'd like to have that before I arrive at my burial plot. So I don't have to do this. But on the heels of a very emotional show yesterday for the listener base, if Scott Harris is actually rebuilding, and that's why he did what he didn't do this offseason, okay, we'll play by your rules. You guys want to be cheap? You want to roll out Javi Baez every day? Top 5 pitching staff, and we're under 500? Cool. Watch this. I'm asking. Go to Jared, 97.1. What's up, Jared?
Hey, guys. I just watched the Mother's Day Tigers game where Justin Verlander was pitching against us, and he dominated us. And I looked up, what did we give JV away for? And
that would be
Franklin Perez,
who's
Des Cameron, and Jake Rogers.
Awful.
Yes, absolute terrible return for somebody that went on to win a World Series and was in the runnings for Cy Young.
Yep.
And okay, we got Jake Rogers. I have zero faith in any of the front office of the Tigers. They dropped the ball last year with the Edward Rodriguez trade. We got absolutely nothing back out of that. The Austin Meadows trade a couple years ago, complete disaster. You're going to tell me Tampa Bay didn't see that there was some writing on the wall for maybe something like that? We can't develop anybody. So part of me was like, maybe we deplete the farm system. We can't develop anybody, and maybe we trade them for a big name, a big bat or something, but they won't do that. And so that's what's frustrating. And going to that game, 0 runs. I left. I think everybody started leaving the 7th inning.
Yeah,
we had like no hits. JV had I think a no hitter going into the 6th or 7th inning. I mean, it was not fun, and it was a day game. I could care less about the lights and the scoreboard. So those aren't the upgrades we need to get. You need to upgrade.
But what about the new bathtubs in Lakeland?
Or the new menu items?
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate you guys. I love your takes on the Tigers. You guys don't hold back. What's disappointing is we have other people in the Detroit media that don't do the same. I mean, I don't
understand how this baseball team hasn't won a championship in 40 years. They got the longest drought in the sport, playoff drought, and we're just sitting here existing. Jared, I'm with you. It's like I want to win. I want to have fun. I want to have fun summers where we get to talk about actual baseball. So on the heels of yesterday's show, I go, okay, let's flip the script. Let's play by Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch's rules. Patience. It's going to take time. We're in a rebuild. Well, you're rebuilding? Cool. Then what use do I have sooner rather than later, i.e. the next 24 months? I'm probably going to have to pay Scott Boris's client a ton. You don't get him done before free agency, you're done. Right?
Right.
Okay. So here you go.
And here's the thing. Even if you make the trade, that's why I say if you can get an everyday player right now and 2 to 3 guys on the farm, not everybody's going to pan out.
And you got to be more specific when you say that or you're going to get attacked. It's not just a replacement level guy. What you're speaking of is, no, I need an everyday player I am thrilled to put in the top 5 of my order.
Right. Somebody who could be a core piece for years down the line.
I mean, Christ, look at here. Jordan Westberg. Westberg hit leadoff for the O's yesterday. Oh, you're blocked. Who am I blocking? Right. I'm sorry. What do I have? Mike Schmidt down on the farm? Last year I was made fun of. Oh, wait till you get a load of Colt Keith. Guys, you know what?
So, yes,
it's a good problem to have. I'll figure it out later.
Somebody you could put in the lineup with Riley Green. You could have one batting first lead off and the other batting second. Like, this is how you start winning. This is how you start putting together.
My man. How many players are in a lineup?
9.
We have 8 job openings.
You know what? You win.
That's it.
You win.
I'll figure it out.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, hell, Colt Keith's a platoon player right now.
And anybody, yes, if you pick up some minor league players, they may not pan out. But you cannot be afraid not to make a move.
Wait, I'm just
simply because, well, what about this trade and what about that trade?
But I'm just trusting Scott Harris. I'm going to let Scott cook. Isn't that what people want me to do?
I see what you're doing.
Oh!
You're making it hard for people to argue.
Ah, it sucks when the rabbit's got the gun, doesn't it?
Good.
Woo-wee.
The big brain over there. Big G has to be proud right now.
Woo. All right. We'll get some ticket text. We're going to get to the callers as well. We've also got a football today. Coaching rankings came out for college football. Why would that be relevant? No Harbaugh, no Saban. They left the sport. The portal. Certain coaches don't use it. New faces, new places. We'll have a little fun with it.
Yeah, I like that.
Lots to do. NBA playoffs have tipped off, just not here in Detroit. Do you think Tom Gores knows the playoffs have started? Probably not.
Yeah,
so listen.
He put all his money on Kareem, right?
$150 in bonus bets. Any winning $5 bet. It's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, sides, totals, you name it. They got you. FanDuel.com/ticket to get started. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, quick sidebar here. The college coaching rankings have come out. A lot of new faces, new places. Legends leaving the game. Cheating scumbags leaving the game. Editorial. David, music, please.
Yes, I have your top 25. Now, I got to get used to saying this. Power 4 coaches.
It'll always be the Power 5 to me.
Got to get used to saying that.
It's like the BCS. It took a while.
Yes.
So let me give you the bottom 5 coaches. 25, Iowa State's Matt Campbell. 24, Notre Dame's Marcus Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
At 23, Josh Heupel. 22, Sonny Dykes. And at 21, Eli Drinkwitz from Missouri.
Yeah, the two I'll give you. Look, I think Marcus Freeman is low on the list. He's an elite recruiter. You know, like Matt Campbell doesn't want to recruit. Matt Campbell, that's a stock I would sell. I'm still buying Marcus Freeman. And Drinkwitz is very sneaky. Missouri has elite NIL. They're spending big dollars, and he's a very good offensive mind. I think he's a little underrated there. Rico, any thoughts on 20 to 25?
Yeah, I would probably have Freeman ranked a little bit higher. I think it's just a pressure cooker of being at Notre Dame, and if you don't win it all,
how would the narrative
have
changed if they beat OSU last year, which they easily could have and should have?
I think that he would probably be, if not top 10, within the top 13.
There it is. Okay, next grouping.
Next grouping, we have at 20, Kentucky's Mark Stoops. 19, Jeff Brom for Louisville. 18, Kirk Ferentz, Iowa.
Oh, stop it.
Wait, give me those again.
So I'm sorry.
Mark Stoops, Jeff Brom, Kirk Ferentz, and then I'll finish the next 5. Luke Fickell and Dave Doran from NC State.
All right.
How is Kirk Ferentz that high?
He
How is he on this list?
It's ridiculous. Oh, I play in the Big Ten West. Automatically not a top 25 coach.
So did he just get the Lifetime Achievement Award because he's been around for so long?
Here's the best way to do it. If your program had a job opening, are you calling Kirk Ferentz?
Right there.
Unhireable.
That's how this guy gets the big money. Yeah, if you've hired your son who just couldn't score in a whorehouse.
Right, unsellable. Guys, we've just hired Kirk Ferentz.
Let me read you the first couple sentences here. It says for him, for years, Ferentz was ranked highly due to the respect for his consistency. You don't have to like it, how Iowa plays, but it was difficult to argue against the result.
Yeah, well, now with divisions gone, here's what else is going to be difficult. That guy's career is dead within 2 years. Awful. I hate this list. This is a terrible idea.
Dude, their defense was outscoring the offense.
Just keep it moving.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Unbelievable.
Dude, Caitlin Clark was outscoring their offense.
Very true. 15, you have Mike Gundy for Oklahoma State. At 14, you have Lane Kiffin. And at 13, you have Chris Kleiman. And I'll stop there, and then I'll continue later.
I mean, Kleiman does more with less than anybody. Great coach, kind of a Big 12 version of D'Antonio. Mm-hmm. I think Lane's underrated. And I know Rico disagrees. I think Ole Miss is going to win the SEC West this year.
See, I don't. And the reason why, because he has everything, and he just finds ways to lose 4 games every year.
Hold on.
Okay, maybe 3. Okay. But it's just like, Lane, come on. Eventually, you have to win a big boy game.
Well, you should love him. He's college Dan Campbell with the 4th downs. He hates his kicker more than Campbell.
Yeah, you're right.
He goes for it all the time.
But I'm also one that says, hey, Dan,
I know.
Kick the ball.
Guy, hold on. Here's my problem already with this list. The fact that Dabo Swinney's in the top 12 is an embarrassment, considering he won't use the portal.
You're right. So let me give you the 2 out just outside the top 10. You have Kansas, Lance Leopold, and James Franklin, number 11.
Stop it. Also, too, can I ask a quick question? Is it wrong of me?
Speaking of not winning big games.
Let me leave it to a Michigan fan and a Georgia fan, and they can get me right. Is it wrong of me to think it's ridiculous Jonathan Smith's not on the top 25? Who did more with less at Oregon State? From the ashes to being a legitimate Pac-12 title contender. How is Jonathan Smith not at least 25th on the list now? Come on.
Or
maybe, Georgia and Michigan fan can tell me.
He's on the list.
Well, he shouldn't be in the top 10. Take it easy.
He may have to prove himself at a new program, but yeah, I'd put him in 24, 25.
Okay,
that's all.
The fact that Kirk Ferentz is on the list,
thank you,
means that he should be there. I mean,
right? Take him off the top 25 after he goes 5-7 at State. But I mean, come on.
James Franklin gets pushed into that. You know what? You're in the others considered Kurt Ferentz,
James Franklin will do just enough to leave you angry.
James Franklin, and this is you may disagree, he is the Big Ten version of Lane Kiffin. A lot of hype around him, but put him in a big game and watch him fold.
So let me get through this top 10, and you can just comment on whatever you want, because I think some of this is a little weird here. 10, Leakin Riley. 9, Dan Lanning. 8, Mike Norvell. 7, Kalen DeBoer. 6, Kyle Whittingham. Then you have...
All right, stop.
Yeah.
I need you to stop.
Yeah.
All right, Whittingham, if you're a big-time college football fan, you understand it. That dude has turned Utah into a team no one ever wants to face. He does it quietly, and they're a bear. The problem here, read the other names one more time to me. Want to make sure I heard you right before I get real upset.
Riley.
Yep.
Lanning.
Yep.
Norvell.
Yep.
DeBoer.
Yeah,
Whittingham.
there it is.
Thank you.
Okay, Kalen DeBoer should not be on this list.
Really?
Yeah, no. First of all, never did a lick of recruiting at UW. The best players on that team were Chris Peterson's players. Go look.
No. That I know. But
now you're at Bama. You've done nothing. He's not top 25 coach.
But could you not say he knows how to develop players?
Agree totally.
Because
but to
no
be
one
in
knew
the
who
company,
Ramadunze was.
But to be in the company of these people?
Oh, that's that Bama tax right there.
See,
okay.
And that's why I didn't answer your question about Jonathan Smith, because I think they're giving DeBoer credit for being at Bama and not everything else he did at Washington.
And David, you nailed it. Here's the thing. When Bama picks up the phone and says, will you come and replace a legend? That gives you street cred right there.
So they're punishing
when
Jonathan
MSU
Smith.
picks up the phone and says, can you replace somebody who fumbled at a hotel
I'll give you
room?
another example of a guy who's not on this list who's an incredible football coach is Dave Clawson. Dave Clawson at Wake Forest. Guys, Wake Forest. They have no NIL program. They have no fan base. They have like 3,000 undergrads. And yet, there's Wake in November busting somebody up or outright playing for an ACC title.
Right. The Wake is pretty much known as college football's JV team.
Or the place Tim Duncan went.
Right. But you go and raid their team when the season is over because they got good players and you go get them in the portal.
100%. Sam Hartman.
Yeah. K9.
So let me before I give you the top 5, let me tell you, because they did this through 100. So let me tell you where they put Jonathan Smith.
But you got to give me the best coaches first.
Okay, I'll give you the best.
Give me the best. Let me hear it.
You have Sarkisian at 5, Brian Kelly at 4, Sweeney 3.
No, I'm out.
Ryan Day and Kirby Smart.
All right, I'm out. First of all, I'm out on if you do not use the portal because you think you're being holy, you're out. You're not in my top 30 coaches. Impossible.
His run is over. I don't know how he's still, Because right now, you're still going back to those great teams of about 5-6 years ago.
Now, where's Jonathan Smith? Where is
Jerome Moore
is
at 52, and Jonathan Smith is at 27. So just
all right, he
outside.
just missed outside.
That's why I wanted to give the reference there.
I'm fine. That's fine. He'll be 52nd
now,
after we go 4-8.
I thought Moore would get the benefit of the doubt that Michigan pegged him and said, you're going to lead this team.
To be fair,
I'm not trying to be funny, but no, I just thought that he would.
To be fair, they said they don't really rank first-year coaches this high. This is the highest they have a first-year coach.
David, why did they put James Franklin in there? What did they say?
Why did they? Let me go back to that. Let me see what they say. I think Franklin's ranking was saved a bit by so many big-name coaches no longer being around.
So basically, it was musical. Hey, just go ahead and move 5 seats up because 5 seats are empty.
Exactly.
Real mark. Okay, that tells you how good you are. You're only good because people left.
Rico
not
wins.
Because you win games.
And that is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Jared Goff's new contract has modest cap hits this season and next before the money hits. Goff counts $27 million toward the cap this season, then about $32.5 million in 2025. But his cap hits from 2026 through the end of the deal in 28 are $69.5 million, $54.5 million, and $61.5 million. Goff's low cap numbers over the next 2 seasons line up with those of Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell, whose new deals count a combined $14 and $24 million against Detroit's cap this season and next. In other Lions news, Detroit has signed former Michigan tight end Sean McKeon. Undrafted in 2020, McKeon earned a roster spot with Dallas, where he played 45 games, mostly on special teams. Move comes ahead of Lions OTAs, which begin next week. And ESPN has revisited its grades for offseason moves in college basketball. Michigan's hiring of Dusty May originally earned an A. The new grade, also an A. ESPN says, quote, May brings a winning pedigree and former FAU star Vladislav Golden to a Big Ten program with the resources and brand to evolve into a national title contender again. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, just a quick reset and then to the phones, and we'll put a bow on this. And then we have part 3 of You Don't Like My Idea, Cool, What's Yours? Kenny Cott edition. We are bringing another name to the table, and Kenny with some potentially disturbing news regarding the Iser plan. Oh, no. Momentarily. All I said today was, hey, yesterday felt like the bottom for the Tigers. Look, I don't think any of us think they're going to be horrible. I thought they'd win 85 games this year. But they got a top 5 pitching staff. They're under 500. It's a disaster to watch. They got shut up by the Marlins. Hinch goes on the radio and says, yeah, we're playing Javi every day. So I said, okay, if you're not going for it, then you're rebuilding. And if Scott Harris has this Iser plan timeline where he gets to do whatever he wants and continue him, great. So we'll play your way. You don't want to spend? You're rebuilding? Would you ever consider moving Tariq Skubal? 2 years left of arbitration. He's a Scott Boras client. He's going to be a $400 million player. You're not winning with him. What's the point? Do you really believe Chris Ilitch will step up, spend $400 million? Would spending $400 million be the right move for a 29-year-old pitcher? 28-year-old pitcher at the time that he hits, right? Or call up the Orioles. Call up the Yankees. And you go, here's the deal. I'm taking a young, under team control, everyday regular who has shown real ability, plus. Would you consider it? Because so many people want me to play by different rules, right? I'm the guy who wants to go for it. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to go for it. Okay. Be patient. We're rebuilding. It takes time. Great. If you're not winning anything this year, and I'd argue playing Javi Baez every day, you're not trying to win. And barring something unforeseen, can anybody say with a high degree of confidence this is a 90-win team next year? We would need to see an offseason we haven't seen yet. And we would need to see players develop that we haven't seen yet. So my question was, would you dare?
No, because here's the funny thing about it, Mike. You potentially have a 90-win team this year.
Oh, you got the pitching.
You just chose not to participate, not to play. Allegedly.
That's true. Yeah, seems like. Let's go to the people. Let's go to it. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you brought up a really interesting point about Skubal. He's got 2.5 years left to deal him at the deadline, and you think he's going to be a $400 million baseball player. I think the guy that you can look at in terms of who's going to set the market for young lefties is Max Fried in the offseason. If Max Fried gets that $300 million, $350 million deal, Skubal's completely off the table. So you start to look at other teams to deal with. You said the Yankees, maybe the Braves. I don't think they have the return that you're necessarily looking for, but I do like your Orioles idea. Holiday's going to be off the table for sure. Ellis loves him. He's amazing. And I think you're going to have to go for probably Kerstad, maybe Mayo, and then you go down the list. You get their top left-handed pitching prospect, which is Cade Povich. He's a stud, and then you also maybe go with Max Wagner or.
Well, no. Here, let's nerd out together for 30 seconds, Mike. What? No Westberg? No Norby? No Kauser?
I like O'Hearn, but Westberg's going to be untouchable. Kauser's a maybe. It's either going to be Kerstad or Kauser that you get in there, but you really should ask for the moon.
That's my whole point. Mike, if I've got a Cy Young caliber lefty and you can have him in the AL East and add him to Corbin Burns, you know what, Mike, I'm going to make you bleed. So you're damn right I'm asking for the moon.
But Elias is smarter than Scott Harris, and he won't bleed for it. He'll just move on to another team.
Okay, so no. And that's, Mike, I'm glad you said it. I am going under the assumption, right, because this is where the positive Tiger fans and media want me. Fine. Definitely. Scott Harris is Jesus. Oh, let's trust Jesus. David does every
Scott
Sunday.
Harris is not Jesus. Oh, Scott Harris blew the draft last year when he didn't draft Wyatt Langford, a consensus top college bat. He blew that for, a maybe Max Clark, who's going to be up in 2028, far past when Tariq Skubal is going to be with the Tigers. He's blown this draft just to save money, and they're starting Baez every day. The sad part about the Tigers is they're not even committing to being crap. They're just committing to being irrelevant, and that's what's the problem with this team. Nobody cares. It sucks. I'm not a Tigers fan. I'm going to admit that, but I do love baseball, and I love baseball in this town, and I've seen it rocking before, and it's not rocking at all. People do not give a shit, and you're not giving them a
language. Mike, language. We were doing so well. But you know what? Mike was comfortable. That's the key.
No, Mike was passionate.
And comfortable.
And no, you felt the passion and the anger coming out with just how he feels about this team and how the alleged lack of trying.
So my point is, if you're not going for it, you're rebuilding. So rebuild.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, if I represented Tariq Skubal, $40 million a year. I'm a left-hander. I'm durable. Mm-hmm. And it's Detroit. I don't want to be here. 40 a year.
Right, because by year 8, maybe everything all falls into place for him and that new contract.
Right, and again, why wouldn't you wait? Well, because max value is who I'm dealing him to, they get years of team control.
Mm-hmm.
You can absolutely destroy a team with the return. Then if nobody pays it, then you don't do it.
And you keep them, and then it becomes your problem. But
it's just a fun discussion. I don't want to get anybody bent out of shape.
No, but you get a team that's, I'm not going to say desperate, but realizing, man,
look, the Orioles,
that one more arm could be the difference.
Orioles are going for it.
Yeah.
Right? They're going for it. They're the beasts of the East. They got the 28th payroll. They got the best farm system. They got the best young everyday players. Okay, I got you covered. I mean, you don't want to have to look at John Means anymore. You don't want to look at Dean Kremer. I got you covered. No, but Here's Tariq Skubal.
Right, but it reminds you of back in the day when Mike Ilitch was going for it, and he was just bringing in big arms and big. You know what? Give me him. I'll take him too. Sure, why not? And he just kept finding way to bring people on the pitching staff and everyday players. So yes, take advantage of other teams who are going for it right now.
Let's go to Kent, 97.1. What's up, Kent? How are you?
How's it going, boys?
Good.
So I'm a huge fan of Skubal, but I mean, I'd be open to trading him. Like Mike just mentioned, I think the Orioles, one guy you have to target is Samuel Basillo. I think he's like the 14th ranked prospect.
Catcher.
Jake Rogers is not cutting it right now.
Oh, what about Dylan Dingler?
Oh, super excited for Ohio State. You can also look at the Rays and the Yankees. I know that the Rays have like Carson Williams, Xavier Isaac, who's a first baseman, Carson Williams being a shortstop, because Baez has, a 400 OPS and a 19 WRC plus. With the Yankees, what I would like is Dominguez, Jones, and Roderick Arias. I think it's a shortstop.
Look, you could ask for whatever you wanted. And listen, Ken, I'm a Yankee fan. You know what I would say to that? Done. I'm in.
Yeah, you put Dominguez on center, Jones in right, get rid of Kerry Carpenter, who can't even hit a lefty, and then put Riley Green in left, and then you have Roderick Arias as a shortstop. You also have, I think, Kevin McGonigal, who could come up and 20.
And for everybody, just if you want to know what they're comping, like Spencer Jones is like this baby Aaron Judge. He's a behemoth.
Exactly.
He's like 6'8", 240, Yankees top prospect. Jason Dominguez is coming back from Tommy John. He's the alien, the Martian, the kid who's been famous since 16. Mm-hmm. He hit a home run like every game he was up last year until he got hurt. What Kent is saying is here, boom, 2 everyday regulars. I'm putting them in the outfield. I ain't got to worry about Parker Meadows. I don't want to hear from Akil Baddoo in this lifetime or the next.
especially since they're all ALS teams, you can give them the bid against each other, maybe throw in like a Jason Foley to kind of spice up the deal, or even deal with Matt Manning or Casey Mize. I mean, you got Joe, but you got all these bunch of young.
So Kent, so just so you understand, it's like I'm not trolling anybody and I'm not pounding the table. I'm saying if this team refuses to say publicly that they're rebuilding and they're not trying, fine, let's approach it from the other side. Well, then here's what the other side looks like. Because Skubal, if you're not going to win in his prime, am I going to pay him at age 29 and give him a 10-year deal and $400 million? I have no evidence Chris will do that. None.
It's like this with Verlander in 2017 when he was dealing with Miggy with, I don't even know what he's dealing with, like leg, and you're dealing with Castellanos who's halfway out the door, and Rajay Davis. You got a bunch of guys who, it was just a sad time, and that's what you're going to have with Skubal in 2 years when he's halfway out the door.
No, and Boris will bury you. And now here's the worst part. Kent, and I mean, I hate saying it, but look, if you look at the top 50 pitchers in baseball, I think 26 of them are on the IL. God forbid if Skubal gets hurt at any point in the next year and a half, 2 years, what'd you get? What do you got? Nothing. Then you're paying a guy.
You're getting the next Dylan Dingle. That's what you're getting.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Al, listen. I'm sure. And I'll listen. He's coming up in 28. It's gonna be okay. 248-539-9797. We'll knock out some more calls. And by the way, Kenny's gonna be batter up. He's got You Don't Like My Idea, What's Yours? Edition 3. We're gonna get to that a little later in the hour. 97.1.
Guys, you want to get a career in radio? You think, you know what? I could do what these guys are doing. Well, Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. Or you want to get into television or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU is an extension and bridge for the future of radio, TV, media, and broadcast professionals. Here's what you need to do. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the industry like yours truly. And look, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So I'm going to ask the question again. What are you waiting for? Go be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Being number one isn't easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They've got the experience, 111 years of it, making the best mattresses and doing it right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Memorial Day sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we're going to give Dan the final word, get some ticket texts, and then Kenny's up on the main stage with some potentially devastating news about the Iser plan. Dan, the world is yours.
Mike, that drop of Stephen Avery from Making a Murderer on Netflix was great the other day. I really appreciated that.
That guy sounds just like it. The ball does not fly.
I was deployed for probably the years that you dropped that, and I was officer in the Army. My favorite drop of all time. I don't know, that recalled home in a way that hearing it yesterday, it was the greatest thing. I listened to that across 2 continents in a way that. Thanks so much, Mike. I really appreciate that. But the Whoopi Goldberg Stardust, you and Terry talking to him about. I think it was Tim, the guy that was talking about the bus. Anyway,
No. I think you're right because it was ice cold out, and that was his answer for the Tiger offense. It's sad the things we remember.
My favorite job.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, you've been a part of it. All right. Hey, get one of these pitchers. Get Lars Newpart in this lineup. Get Tommy Edman in this lineup now. I mean, the Cardinals need it, and. Gosh, the Cardinals have lived and died by good starting pitching. Mm-hmm. They've got good players. Make the trade. I do it now. And that's what I'm frustrated about.
The problem
Jack Flaherty is playing, like you said. Jack Flaherty is playing better than he did when the Cardinals 3 years ago.
Yeah,
bring him a buddy. I don't know. Bring him those guys.
Dan, the issue, and it's something. Look, it's something we're going to keep revisiting. It's something we'll continue to do. Now, again, if the team gets red hot and they look like they're going to be a factor, got to see it.
Right.
But the point is, if it doesn't turn around and you're middling and you're 6, 7, 8 games out of first, this is what we're talking about in July, and I'm not going to stop Rico from doing it. I can't.
You're losing series to the Marlins.
And the Astros. And I'm sorry, I know the Astros have names. They're terrible. They are.
And the A's.
Okay, are we done?
Yeah, now we're done.
Jeez. David, some ticket text, please, and then we get on to Kenny.
Will the Orioles take Skubal and Baez?
No. The answer is no. They did just right there, the phone explodes.
Rick and Wyandotte says, I would at least make the phone call to see what the offers were league-wide. Mark at Work says, I think the real question is, do we think the Tigers will be ready to compete by the time Skubal hits free agency? If not, then if the answer is no, then I would deal him now.
Well, the other thing is, look, when players are arbitration eligible and they're proven, a guy can bet on himself, but a team can also step forward and go, congratulations on the arbitration. We want to pay you and be done with this. That's why, look, they paid Colt Keith. I'm not making fun of that. I mean, I've seen teams hand out 9-figure contracts to guys, whether it's Acuna, whether it was, and I know it's gone sideways due to legal things, but Wander Franco, etc.
Right.
So
but at the time,
yeah,
it seemed like a great deal.
Not mad at it. The point is the Tigers will have a choice to make. And Scott Boras is a guy that is not going to be easy. And if you're not really going for it right now, max value, go ahead. I'm not telling you got to do anything.
But it should be an option.
If people want me to approach it like seemingly the team is, well, here's what that looks like.
Should be an option because, it seems as if you're slow playing this. You're not being aggressive enough to win this division this season.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why someone else is sending this. Neil from Carlton says, I trade Skubal and even consider Green. I don't think they fit the window.
Well, all right. Then you need a new window. Look, Skubal, it's about, do I want to pay a pitcher $40 million a year in no longer than the next 2 years? Because if you think Skubal would hit free agency and he's coming back here, you're insane. So that's one. Two, Riley Green is your only offensive player. Full stop. We have 8 job openings. I'm not trading Riley Green. He's an all-star. He's a good kid.
Could you imagine 9 job openings?
Yeah, it's called
the Mud Hens.
It's called the Miami Marlins. Jake Berger. All right, go ahead.
It's fun seeing him.
Unless you play in Detroit.
Tony in White Lake says, I'm with you, Mike. Trade Skubal. It's clear Harris's plan isn't to compete until years down the line.
Okay. Look, it's where I always laugh, right? People get mad because I have an East Coast approach to it. Okay. So let me show you what your wholesome Midwestern approach looks like. Here it is. Now, if you want, if they came out and said straight away, we are going to be making major payroll additions. If the owner came out in a Steinbrenner-esque fashion and said, look, I'm tired of losing. I'm sick of it. All right. You guys think I only care about pizzas? No, I'm sick of losing. So I'm going to fix this. And we got the right guy, and I'm going to give Scott the tools he needs. We're going to fix this. Now, if that message comes out, we have a different tenor.
Correct.
But it doesn't come out. It never comes out.
Mm-mm.
We see him once a year in a Tiger jacket that's not really his, and he makes one quote on opening day, and then, whee! It's a weasel, it's a wazzle, it's in the wind. And then next year we hear about it.
Yep. There's a fire that burns. You may not see it, but it's there.
2020. The rebuild is over. 2022. This year. But have you seen the new showers in Lakeland? Now, by 2026, we'll get something new and some renderings of the district. Kenny, I'm getting you that LED roof. It's happening.
That never gets old.
No.
I'm just letting you know. That never gets old. Right there with the Houstons.
I swear that's opening spring of 27. David, go ahead.
You can watch the Lions and Rams right there at Houston.
Oh, God.
Pedro from Memphis, Michigan says, spot on today. I remember when Valenti wanted to trade Michael Fulmer and people thought he was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Thought it was a better deal then. Tigers need better bats and fielding again.
No, here's how this game works. I get made fun of regardless. If I'm right, I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. The baseball snobs powerbomb me. Yet I'm right a lot. And you still don't make the playoffs. It's weird how that works. That's all I want. That's the funniest part of this stuff is when people want to go to war, we want the same thing. I just have a different methodology of how to get there. And your way seemingly is team friendly. Your way is endless runway. Plane never has to get in the air. Just go faster. Eventually we'll have takeoff. It's the truth. We're just rolling down the runway. Can't get up in the damn air, but by 26 we will be.
Just add a couple more miles to the tarmac.
Right, just going to need you to, please, recline your seat up, please. Right. Prepare for takeoff. When? We've been driving for 10 years.
Yeah, I need you to turn your phone off.
Why?
That's the reason why we can't take off.
Kenny, are you ready? Kenny has potentially devastating Yzerplan news. Uh-oh. We'll get to it next. You've heard of Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason. All in stock, in their warehouse, right down the road. No wait times, no lead times. Pricing, most competitive in the industry. Deck season is here. Hell, you might be listening on your deck right now. Bottom line, get to Northville. You need to get one built. You want to redo one? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Just announced, alcohol will be sold at Michigan Stadium this football season, beginning with the Wolverines opener August 31st against Fresno State. U of M has sold alcohol at Chrysler and Yost Ice Arenas since February. The school says there have been, quote, no reported behavioral issues related to drunken behavior or medical responses related to alcohol at either venue since implementation.
Yeah,
You know what? It's just too easy, Mike. Let him keep reading.
Brought to you by the same people that gave you the Pistons attendance figures.
Thank you.
Just
It's a travel day for the Tigers, who start a 6-game road trip tomorrow night with the first of 3 at Arizona. Tariq Skubal throwing for Detroit, which is looking to get back to 500. You can hear it here on 97.1, a 9:40 first pitch. And the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris are just weeks away. Today, France announced its 19-man Olympic basketball roster, which features Pistons legends Killian Hayes and Evan Fournier.
He made the team!
Not yet. Hold on.
Oh, he didn't?
Well, they cut it down after this, right? Okay. They pare it down.
Good
From the
luck.
Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Oh, people, I am proud right now. Proud to present to you the latest and greatest from the world of the NHL and the Yzer plan. I want to bring our hockey insider, Pierre Lebrun. I mean, Kenny Cott. And Kenny is, here we go. I'm Ron Barr for EA Sports. Now listen, this is exciting. First of all, David, kill this music. That music's too happy for what Kenny's about to say. Now, Kenny's going to deliver you an update from someone he trusts about the Yzer plan. I have no idea who this person is.
I say Stevie himself?
No, and it's not the blogger that he got in a fight with years ago from the Hockey News. Someone different. Now, Kenny, who is this person?
Max Bultman. He's a writer for The Athletic. He writes for the Red Wings for The Athletic.
I celebrate his entire catalog.
He's one of the most plugged-in Red Wings writers.
Okay,
that there is.
so you would say when Bob Boltzmann writes something,
Max Bultman.
His brother's Bob.
Get his name right.
when Max Bultman types, you listen.
Absolutely.
Are you ready for this?
Yep.
Wait till. I'm asking you again. Are you ready? I'm going to need you to buckle your seatbelt for takeoff. Here we go. Kenny, now read those magical words.
So he's talking about how this offseason might play out. Somebody asked him how they get off the treadmill of not making the playoffs and what they would do this offseason to make that happen. He said that if they don't do anything and they just allow the rookies to fill out the lineup and fill the rest of the holes in free agency with, your Andrew Kopps of the world, then you're going to take a step back, in his words, which David, calm down. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that is a bit of a overreaction because I don't think that's going to happen.
But is he foreshadowing that they're not going to have a bold summer?
No. Part 2 of this is after promoting internally, he'll add pieces from the outside, and he could make a similar push to the playoffs as this season.
That's
which
the bad
I find
news.
to be alarming.
Boop, 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 boop.
If you're not
So maybe not
We'll
not
take
winning
that.
the cup, but you're saying back to last year where we're in the final week, crossing our fingers
After
hoping
promoting from within.
that you can beat the Utah Black Ice.
Yes, after promoting from within, we could be in a similar spot that we were this year.
You gotta be kidding
That's
me.
alarming. I don't think they're going to take a step back and do nothing, but if they do the free agency thing and they add maybe significant pieces, and the best thing that you can get us to is what we did this year.
No, you don't understand.
That's unacceptable.
Takes time. You don't know nothing about team building.
This is turning into that Ken Holland saying that he said all those years back. 10-year rebuild.
OMG, you're right. So here's the point. This is what's very scary. The other report from yesterday that we didn't get to, Patrick Kane is seeking, quote, real term on his next deal. Well, real term doesn't sound like a 2-year deal. And if that guy wants 3 or 4 years, that ain't happening here.
Yeah, it doesn't align with what Steve Yzerman would do. He's not a term guy. He actually avoids term as much as possible. Didn't say that.
I think you did.
So time out. Kenny, as we sit here right now before the Kenny Cott idea box, Mark Boltzmann, or whatever this cat's name is. Whatever.
Boltman.
Michael Bolton.
Celebrate his entire collection. So his belief is this could just be more of the same?
That is his belief, yeah.
Steve Botts, what's your reaction to that? And is Kenny putting too much credit and credence into the work of Mark Boltzmann?
I quit.
I really want to hear from the Red Wing elite here. Now, Kenny, we have presented some ideas. Fun, right? Last I checked, radio is supposed to be fun and informative. That's the entertainment portion of this. You threw out Steve Stamkos. People bleeped all over it. I said, hey, you want the change of scenery, controversial? What about Mitch Marner? He's a dead man in Toronto. Well, today we're going to play, you don't like my idea, cool, what's yours? Goalie edition. I gave Kenny a homework assignment the other day. Multiple goalies and rumors of guys who could be on the move. I said, Kenny, here's the three. Tell me who you like best. Rank the cost. Give it to the people. Now hit that beautiful music, David.
Yeah, you gave me Philip Gustafson was a name on there. That wouldn't cost you anything, primarily because he's a very mid goalie.
Okay, he's out. Gustafson's out.
It's more of the same. We've already seen that here already. We've seen it with Lyon. We've seen it with Husso.
More of the same means Steve's going to do it.
I'll take that.
We'll take that.
Now there's just two drops of things that I never actually said. No. I think my favorite on this list, though, all joking aside, David, is Linus Ullmark. He's the Boston goalie. He's not starting in the playoffs right now because Swayman stole the show. He's an absolute stud, though. He's been steady Eddie over his entire career.
What's he cost?
He's going to cost you upwards of $5-6 million.
Okay.
But he is steady. He is reliable. His best season, he had a .938 save percentage, which is crazy. This year, for perspective, NHL average save percentage, .902. He had a .915. He was well above league average. He would cost you a little bit of money, but if you want stability, if everybody's claiming it's the goaltending that's the problem, which is partially true, it's Linus Ullmark. Yeah, he was great in Buffalo. He was great in Boston. He just got beat out by a way high.
Swayman is taking it by storm.
It's the Sway show. It's incredible.
Trade or free agent?
You'd have to trade for him if you want him right now. He's a free agent next year, so you'd have to extend him when you trade him, which is totally fine by me considering how steady he is.
Okay, and the other one was Nedeljkovic on his way out.
No interest.
Okay,
he's a head case. I didn't even want to put the thought into it because honestly, that's a guy that's just going to be hot and cold. You're going to get frustrated with him, and it'll cost you a playoff series.
Okay, so if you don't like these ideas, what's yours? But how concerned are you with the Boltman report? Could it be more of the same? Promoting from within?
From within, finding free agents
C-listers.
Just to arrive at the destination of, we might make the playoffs, we might slide in, we might miss it on the last day.
Kenny, all I will tell you is about a month ago, I said it's starting to feel like the Yzer plan and the Tigers' Harris plan is the same thing. Just a really endless runway, no urgency, slow and steady. And sometime around 2026 or 27 or 28, we'll get to clap our hands.
I will reserve my judgment until that free agency period actually happens and we see those trades. But
okay.
Thank you, David.
I don't know which one I like better, that one or the new one. Can you imagine when Stoney hosts the drop tournament versus like Gator sounds like he's drunk and high when he says it. Kenny sounds sober and forceful.
Right, Kenny sounds. What are we doing tonight? Well, you know what? All right, Kenny. Why is Kenny walking 8 Mile, David?
Wow.
Don't know why I even came into work today.
Have fun. That's what this is supposed to be. All right. We'll get some ticket texts on that. I know we got to do a little football today. Rico, ready? Ready? This or I think it's B. I really think Gator's leaving the drop board, and that may join it. Right. He says it with such passion.
Right. Like, hey, David, why was Kenny late for work?
Go trade for Linus Allmark.
All right. Oh, man, we'll get a little football today momentarily. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels. Perfect view of the massive screen. It's at Circa, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Making his first appearance since signing that 4-year, $212 million extension, Jared Goff told the media today he's grateful to several people, especially Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Elsewhere, U of M announced today alcohol will be sold at Michigan Stadium this football season, starting with the opener against Fresno State on Saturday, August 31st. The move leaves Nebraska as the only one of the Big Ten's now 18 members that don't permit alcohol sales at its football stadium. And Detroit City FC announcing today plans for a new stadium in Corktown. The club, which has played in Hamtramck for the last several years, has reportedly purchased the site of the old Southwest Detroit Hospital. The new stadium won't open until 2027, but will reportedly seat some 14,000 and will cost over $75 million to build. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm B.D. Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right. I have no understanding of that update. No, not Beanie's update in some total. That came out wrong. I meant the news about, we're going to build a new soccer stadium. For what league? What is the point?
Detroit FC, man. They're big.
I'm sorry. Are they an MLS team?
They beat an MLS team.
Wondrous. I'll ask it again. Are we getting into the MLS?
It's a start.
No.
No, we're not.
You're going to build a stadium.
Bruh, they believe that they are the 5th major team in this.
And Kenny thinks he runs the Red Wings. Neither of those are true. I'm like, $75 million to build a stadium for 10,000 seats? It's not even a real league. Some would argue the MLS isn't a real league. I mean, I'm fine. Develop it. It's clear the land isn't being used by anybody else.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. No. Send those texts to Mike.
No, this isn't the Men in Blazers pod. I just don't understand it. But God bless. Have a great time.
They are very passionate about their team.
I hope they have a great time.
When are you guys going to talk about us?
When you get in the MLS.
And
even then, probably not. Exactly. All right.
Like when you win the Super Bowl, the other football.
Now, let's focus. You heard from Jared Goff in that update. Rico has a message. Now, we played the schedule game. More specifically, Kenny played it, and we allowed him to be slandered. But the schedule, it's out. We know you've seen it. We know you've probably, in your mind, started doing your little wins and loss thing. Okay. But Rico has a message that you're not going to want to hear, but I think you need to hear. So let's see if Rico can behave himself and not be the deflator, but instead be a leader.
It's not, but you know what? It's going to get taken that way because what I would simply say to the Lions fans, you asked for the big boy schedule, you got the big boy schedule. You wanted all the primetime games, you got the primetime games. You wanted all the smoke, you got the smoke. But with that comes, you know what? You are no longer the team that sneaks up on people. You're the team that they circle and say, we have to prepare for this team. Lions fans this team could actually be a better team than it was last year, but you may not see it in the wins and loss column. You may actually see this team take a step back in the games that they win, but they actually improved. And you're like, well, I don't understand. Because for the last couple of years, you didn't play great schedules. You played a lot of bad teams. Now, because you're on prime time, you're playing good teams. So the biggest thing is you're going to be playing 12 teams, maybe 13, with a mobile QB. That's your Achilles heel. That's your defense's Achilles heel. You don't believe me? Let's go back to last year. I'm going to ask you a question, Mike, because you could be the tiebreaker.
All right.
Would you consider Justin Herbert to be a mobile quarterback? If you got to think about it, the answer is no. So that means
he's not a statue, but I still feel like the best rushing day he ever had was the Rose Bowl.
So last year, including the playoffs, you played 12 mobile QBs. Want to know what your record was in those 12 games?
Let's hear it.
6-6. That's going to be a problem. You got to go up against 12 to 13 teams this season. That's your Achilles heel. You may be better. You got the corners. You got all of this stuff. This team, the 14-3s, I can't endorse that. That's if you got a quarterback named Patrick Mahomes. Sorry, you could. Wow. Okay.
I would like to defend Rico, David, versus the deflator. I don't know that any team has won 14 games in the last 5 years. It's just a largely unattainable mark.
There has been. And they had a quarterback named Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Outside of that, how many others?
None. And here's the other thing. For those who are like, well, we have to get better last year. Yeah. Even though the Chiefs went back-to-back, their record from when they won 14 games, they won 11 last season.
So here's the question, I think. We are all optimistic. They're going to be a very good football team. But are you willing to admit that while you're excited, you do understand this is going to be a lot harder, right? That Rico's point of you're not a cute story anymore. People aren't going to take you lightly anymore. You're the hunted. And there's another inconvenient truth in this. And this is one that people really don't want to address locally. And I understand it because you hate their guts. Guys, Packers are really good. And in fact, the Packers might be every bit as good as you, if not better. So I just want to know on schedule release day, are we all starting on the same page that this could be a better football team that can still attain all their goals, but they may not have a better record?
Mm-hmm. You may end up with 10-7, 11-6. And I know that's not anywhere close to the 13, 14 wins you think that they're going to get.
John had them at 16-1.
And yeah, guys, they're going to be going up against their Achilles heel 12 to 13 times this year. This team has a history of not stopping the mobile QBs.
Is
I'm
the
not
mobile
talking about
QB
Lamar.
thing a thing?
It is, Mike.
David, do you co-sign that?
I don't co-sign it. I understand where you're getting it from because they have struggled a little bit, but that was before the defense was what they were at the end of last year. Well, maybe not, because the NFC Championship game, they struggled against Brock Purdy.
So 3 rushes, 52 yards.
Not.
You blitzed him. And I'm saying, and he's at the low end of I'm not talking Lamar.
He's mobile-ish. Mobile light. Oh my. It's great when a plan comes together.
But, yeah.
I mean, David, when you do look at that schedule, I side with Rico in this regard. The game of the week thing, the primetime game thing, that takes some starch out of you. Those games are bigger. Players do get more hype. Mm-hmm. Those games are tougher. I mean, look.
And think about this. Oh, I'm sorry,
no,
Mike.
You're fine.
It's many Lions because you're hearing Sewell saying, hey, I keep going back and watching that NFC Championship game. You don't think that the Rams and the Buccaneers aren't saying the same thing about you? I know we're all just assuming they're going to start off 2-0 because you beat them last year in the playoffs. But if you're thinking, well, this team's going to be dialed in against San Francisco, well, how do you think the Rams and Bucs are looking at you?
I agree. And my whole point is you look at teams who lose the Super Bowl or who make deep playoff runs, and then the next year they're nowhere to be found. Dan Campbell himself telling the players, it's going to be hard to get back here. Mm-hmm. I do subscribe to it that now you're the hunted. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you the other thing I don't like about the schedule, if you really wanted to get into it. I don't like the early bye week. I just don't like having a bye week in the first half of my season. I don't like a pre-week 8 or 9 bye week. I don't think that does your players a service. Now, look, we have no way of, what if we have 7 guys hurt and we get them all back? Okay. But generally speaking, I don't love that. And you're only playing 6 games at 1 o'clock. Everything else is going to be a big-time showcase game. And that listen, as you put it, the whole smoke thing or whatever, the Lions are the chosen ones now. And you're going to get everybody's best shot. So now, luckily, I will say this. Getting the night game at home against the Rams, getting a night game at home against Seattle. You get another, now, where's the other night ones? I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Green Bay at home, night game, Thursday night. Like, at least they're at home, and I know these fans are going to show up. And I think it is going to be very hard to win.
Definitely going to show up. The Lions social media team's going to probably have something, for at least 2 of those games. They're going to wear the black uniforms.
Yeah.
And just I understand. It's just one of those things that the pressure's going to be on, and these other teams, they got better as well. So thinking you're just going to roll in, momentum does not carry in the NFL. It does.
What I worry about, it's not a worry.
And you don't get the extra bye week. Like Carolina Panthers aren't on the schedule this year. That was a bye week. Let's face it.
I don't want to use the word worry because I still think they're somewhere between 9 and 12 wins. But I do think Green Bay is a distinct problem. And here's where I'll get laughed at. I'm not overlooking the Bears. That they have
that's what I'm going to over. On the reason being,
you can overlook it, but they scream Houston Texans from last year. They got all the pieces, Rico. And I know you don't like Caleb. I'm making a point.
I'm not a big Caleb person.
But you're the guy pimping the mobile QB thing. It can't be a thing sometimes and not others.
Well, that's why I didn't include him in there.
Oh, you have to put it in the stats.
Okay, then you're playing the mobile QB 14 times.
Well, here's the thing. They went 4-2 in division last year. So say they go 3-3 with the improved Packers team, that makes the division that much tighter.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part that I just think.
And if you're Detroit, I think probably the game not on your schedule that you're going to be more focused on, the most focused on, week 2 is the Packers-Colts. Because you'll kind of get a glimpse of who those two teams are. Playing in Brazil, I don't know. I mean, I've never been one to go overseas and play games. I don't even count those games because you could have jet lag. I mean, it's so weird. But when you play the Colts, Packers play the Colts, I think that's going to give you a good barometer for both teams.
248-539-9797. And for the record, I thought Kenny was right on. He had him at 12-5. I think that's a very realistic and slightly optimistic. I mean, 11-6, 12-5. But yeah, if I could sign a piece of paper right now and that's what they're going to be, I'd take it. It's a lot. It's hard to go win 12-plus games year in, year out. That's hard to do. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the phone calls, get some ticket texts as well. Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience and dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Memorial Day sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, David, ticket text just regarding schedule release. We had an interesting topic, by the way. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. We flipped the script for Tiger fans. Okay, you want us to take a team approach where it's rebuild and patience and long view. Oh, okay. We gave you a view on that. You'll have to listen. David, go ahead with the ticket text. What are people having to say?
Just looked at the Packers' schedule. All of their games, you guys think the Lions will lose. The Packers have those teams at home. So that is also a factor as well.
Yeah, and again, Jared Goff, we've seen the best of him, and it's very good. Jordan Love clearly is getting better. There's a very real chance he's better than Goff. And they have a ton of young players, and they have a ton of draft picks. And it's, guys, they are not going to go away. So I just factor it in that this will be an even more difficult division this year. And I do, listen, Rico's going to laugh at me, and maybe I'll laugh at myself. I think the Bears are going to bust some balls this year. That's not going to be a free square.
You know what? Maybe in the back end of the year. If you're going to play the Bears, play them early, first 8 games. But Green Bay gets them at both teams. Oh. Lions and Green Bay and get them in the second half of the season. So that could be a problem. Didn't realize Green Bay was that last Thanksgiving Day game, hosting the Dolphins. So that could be fun.
I'll be happy with 11 wins. A ton went right last year. So I'm questioning what may go wrong this year from Dan.
No, and you're not wrong. It's not about being negative. It's about understanding the sport. You generally don't get to go a full season without a lot of people being hurt. I mean, we were here making a huge deal out of Jonah Jackson missing some games. There are other teams who had to replace their entire offensive line or never got to play the same 5 guys. Your quarterback doesn't miss any time. Your stud running back or your stud rookie tight. Like, guys, it was a very fortunate season. Injury regression it's real. It happens. A tougher schedule on paper. I think you're built right. I think you're going to be good. But yeah, listening to some of the other shows and the callers and people talking about 14, 15 wins, I'm going, all right, we got to do somewhat of a reality check here. Let's calm down.
From Russ, Chicago still bad. Minnesota getting worse. On paper, the Lions should be 5-1 in the division, and this is coming from a Packer fan.
Can I just ask a question? See, this is my problem. Chicago's still bad. Okay. First of all, they had you beat. They had you beat here. Okay? It took a miracle for you to beat them. So let's just stop right there. Second of all, they had a top 10 defense. Look at what they've added offensively. You got to take your bias out. Now, if you believe Caleb Williams is going to be Jamarcus Russell, cool. Nothing to talk about. But guys, it's okay to just say that a team got better. I'm sorry. They got better.
Yeah, and I don't think he's Jamarcus Russell. I think the problem for me.
That's a bad example. That guy was a drug addict. I'm sorry.
Is he
Vince Young?
No, because then you're crying in a nightclub.
No, you know what he is? And maybe it ends up being this. He's the young Brett Favre. He's a gunslinger. He just is very. He doesn't value the ball. So he just throws it around. He's going to throw a lot of picks because he's going to try to make a play instead of just throwing it out of bounds.
All I know is I'm leaving my heart open that could be this year's Houston. I'm just saying. They got all the pieces, David, just like Houston did.
And how many years do we get last year's Houston? Not very often.
No, every year you get one. Think about it. The Lions were one.
No.
The Lions picked second, and then
rookie quarterback.
But it was more than just the quarterback. Remember, they had Nico Collins,
right,
and they had the running back core, and they had Laramie Tunsil.
Right, but
pieces are there.
Normally, even with the pieces, the rookie quarterback shows why he's a rookie and all the complicated defenses, and it's like, well, coach, he was wide open.
So flip the script. How many situations does a rookie enter where he's got real help? Not many. That's all I'm saying. Arrigo, there's not a lot of situations like that. There's not.
Peyton didn't do it. Elway didn't do it. I mean, just look throughout the history. You don't really.
You're going 30 years ago.
Okay. Jamarcus Russell didn't have it.
He was on lean.
No, I'm saying what they came in with.
Or purple drank or whatever the hell it was.
Joey Harrington didn't have it.
He had no help.
That's what you said. No help.
Right. I was just making a point that, like, when a guy, look, Rico's probably right, and I'm not saying Caleb will do what Stroud did. I'm just saying I wouldn't be excited to line up against that team twice because they're going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, because most quarterbacks are like Drake May, where you're just like...
You're dead. Right. Hi, it's me again, dead.
Wait, who's that on the... It's Bryce Young calling you saying,
right.
Sucks, doesn't it?
You're Daniel Jones. Who's your best receiver?
Bryce, how did you put up with this? You know what? You just wait for every other Friday.
It's a great point.
David, man.
Go ahead.
From Nick. I'll take 12-5 all day. Gets you a good seed in the playoffs. Appreciate Rico warning us, though, that the NFL is hard, though.
No, don't be a smartass.
Yeah.
It's just all day today, it has been nothing but euphoria stage. I don't think there's anything wrong with Rico giving a dose of reality, and it's not negativity.
Because now you're the team that they circled. Years ago, you circled other teams. And you know what? If we go in here and we play this way, we can sneak up. You're not sneaking up on anybody. They know who the Lions are, and they will be prepared to play you.
I know I don't have a football team. I know we're terrible. But my point is the division my team plays in, why is it if it's so easy and so rudimentary that no team ever repeats in the NFC East? Because it's really brutal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your schedule is daunting. And I think a lot of these primetime games and a lot of the way it lays out, it's okay to say, hey, but you know what? I actually like that because I think Dan Campbell can get that message across.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dan Campbell has such a good pulse of his team that, yeah, like it's going to be harder. Get ready.
Yeah, you're going to have to focus each week. You don't have that, like I said, no, there's no Carolina on there where that's kind of a semi-bye week.
There'll be a Carolina. We just don't know who it is. There'll be
Arizona
somebody.
is the one.
No, Arizona plays teams tough. They just don't win games. But in the end, like if you look at their schedule, Dave, you're like, like they go into the fourth quarter and they just find ways to lose.
But to your point though, Mike, you're right. Right now, on paper, it looks like everyone could be good. You never know.
You know who I think
exactly.
You know who I think the bad team is? The Carolina is going to
The Giants.
No, I was going to say Minnesota,
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I'm not fighting you on either. And I do think.
Because I think Minnesota's going to have to decide, do we go with JJ or do we just try to piece
I'm
this
just
with
shocked
Darnold?
I was able to go through an entire show without anybody asking me about the Giants uniforms. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. It was tremendous.
I just figured it was too easy.
I'm going to disappoint you. I don't hate him. I don't care. I guess we're just bad. Like we could be dressed up in a Snuggie. It wouldn't matter. We're going to lose. We're terrible.
I guess if you're playing, New Year's Day on ice.
I know. No,
it's
I
like
know.
the Canadians.
I know it is. And the wings on the helmet doesn't make me angry when they're red and blue.
That's old school football. A lot of teams wore the wings on the helmet.
Michigan stole the winged helmet.
I know.
Everybody knows it.
No.
You did. You stole it from Michigan State, too. State wore wings.
Sure did.
Yeah, look, we need to thank Michigan for winged helmets and for night games, okay? Because if it wasn't for those two things, games under the lights, it would never happen. But it's just a jersey. It's just like, this is interesting.
I know. It's not. I guess to me, it's like if they come out and play well, they're going to look nice. And if they play like crap, they're going to look horrible. It's going to be the same thing with these Lions black jerseys. If the Lions come out and play terrible in them, fans are going to hate them. That's all jerseys are.
No, because fans hated the gray jerseys and they played great in those.
I like those.
I did too, and people hated.
I
who
like
hated
the
them the
grays.
most was Tony Ortiz. Hates them.
Why?
I have no. He called them prison uniforms or something. Like they were just all gray.
I thought they were sharp.
I did too.
I liked them.
He did not like them.
But no, I'm. Okay.
No, they're not like Green Bay Packer throwback or
There's the key.
Chicago Bears or Pittsburgh Steelers Keystone Cops jerseys, but
I've seen the players in them.
And I've seen those jerseys before. They were just in the National Hockey League.
I guess for me, as long as it's the team colors, and I understand it's here's the problem. It's the Giants' 100th anniversary, and
and you're going to wear them twice.
Yeah, and one of them will be against the Colts to close the season because that's who the Giants beat in the game of the century, the cleats game.
So that means nobody's going to be watching.
Thank you. I walked in. I know. Look, I have no hope. The Giants are a 5 or 6 win football team until further notice. So that's where I'm
Did they get
saying.
any primetime? I'm not joking. Any primetime games?
I haven't even looked at their schedule. Shows you how detached I am.
They're the Giants, so I would assume they have at least one.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold
Monday
on.
night, probably.
Hold on. Let me, here. We'll play win-loss real quick. 30 seconds out of a 4-hour show, guys. Just wait a second here. All right. So week 1. They play the Vikings 1 o'clock. Commanders
You
1
can win that
o'clock. Browns 1 o'clock. Cowboys 8 o'clock at night. There's a 40-point loss.
Well, it could be 2-2.
Bengals at night. Burrow throws for 500.
That's 2-3.
Steelers at night. David.
That's 3-3.
David.
3-3.
That's the game we go to. In Pittsburgh on a Monday night.
Yes.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yes.
We got to do it.
I could do that.
We could beat the Steelers. They're terrible.
Wait, which week is that? Week?
Week
6?
8.
Oh, okay.
10:28.
Halloween weekend.
Oh, my God. Giants are playing at 9:30 in the morning. Where are they? Stuttgart?
Yep.
Oh, dear heavens.
Jacksonville.
Cowboys at 4:30. Yeah, Giants got a couple. All right, this is good. We won't be embarrassed on national TV 17 times. Only twice. 3 times.
Just get up early morning. Have breakfast with the Giants.
No, thank you. You'll throw your breakfast up. It's awful. 97.1. All right. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. Look, they will craft a plan. They will deal with the IRS, take them on head on. They'll fight for you and guide you through the whole experience. Save your dollars, spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or just call the number 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The NFL will play 5 games internationally this coming season, none of which include the Lions. That'll likely change in a season or two, though. That according to Lions president Rod Wood, who spoke with WWJ News Radio 950 earlier today. It's a travel day for the Tigers, who open up a 3-game set at the Diamondbacks tomorrow night. You can hear that right here on the ticket. First pitch at 9:40. And the sports agency founded by rapper Bad Bunny says the MLBPA has effectively given it a, quote, death penalty. Players Union last month decertified William Arroyo, Remus Sports Agency's top agent, after it allegedly found evidence he offered players cash and gifts to contract with him and Remus. In a lawsuit filed today, Remus called MLBPA's investigation, quote, discriminatory, biased, and predetermined, designed to put Remus Sports permanently out of business. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, summer weather is here. Road trips. Maybe you're the type of person you go up north every weekend. Whatever it is, let Moran Buick GMC get you the right vehicle. Great deals. The 24 GMC Terrain starting at $279 a month. 24 Buick Encore GX, $229 a month. And yes, Denali's in stock. Yukons in stock. They have it all. You need service? MoranExpress.com. They give you the free loaner vehicle to go about your day and not sit and waste time. It's always fast, always easy at MoranExpress.com and Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com.
All right, David, before we hand this thing off to Rieger and Wojo, what we got ticket text wise?
Mobile quarterbacks will now face Reader in the new hard-hitting cornerbacks we have here. That'll cut the mobile QB production by 50%. Okay.
Yeah, take that, hater.
That's not how this works, but sure. I feel like that commercial with the old ladies. That's not how any of this works.
I have some hockey texts here. Someone saying, what's Mick Boatswain's credentials again? Why would I trust him?
That is Kenny's guy from The Athletic. Hey, Kenny, ticket texts are saying, why do you trust Mick Boatswain so much? about the Red Wings.
Max Boltman? He's one of the most plugged-in insiders that we have.
And he's telling you it could be more of the same per Kenny Cott.
Yes.
You ever know the longest runway in America is here in Detroit?
Someone here wants to give us hope, though, on the Red Wings. Mike from Birmingham says, Vancouver was a dumpster fire 2 years ago. Today, they are playing the best of 3 to get to the conference final. No excuses for the Wings.
We're 5 years deep into our rebuild. Where's our pixie dust?
Where is our pixie dust, Kenny?
You know, a rebuild takes 10 years. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You're ungrateful.
Right, exactly.
Hey, you don't know Stugats about team building, all right? How dare you? How dare you? It's going to all be all right. How dare you want more? How dare you be a fan, Kenny? How dare you?
Tell you what, this offseason, this is the Scott Harris offseason for me. I'm going to start asking some real questions, just like we are about Scott Harris right now.
Oh, okay, with Yzerman.
Right.
Yeah, And Kenny, that's the thing is like the longer you go, it doesn't matter the sport, you can make more excuses the longer it goes. Mm-hmm. Well, the players aren't developing. Well, I had to pay this guy. Well, it's a weak free agent crop. That's why I don't like excuses with rebuilds. They work or they don't.
We're so close.
Right, well, if this went our way or that went our way.
We're about a year away, and this guy's really going to take off.
I feel like this is my line in the sand offseason, and I feel like a lot of Red Wings fans aren't with me on that.
I wonder if Tiger fans will be with you, too. Look, we got a long season ahead. Maybe the team gets hot.
You know what, but Kenny, here's what will make sure that people don't get on the bandwagon with you if there is another successful Lions season, because you've experienced more winning,
That's
so you'll
right.
be more patient with the other teams.
That a baby. And and if you missed our topic about Skubal, Odyssey.com rewind. I was talking to Wojo about it.
I'm just welcome, Mike. Just welcome to the dark side.
Again, I wasn't pounding the table. It was like, hey, okay, you guys want me to look at it from a non-New York bleep hole way. Okay. We're not going to spend a lot of money. We're going to take our time. We're really going to rebuild it. Great.
And see, for me, it was just
see
like,
what Skubal's worth.
I just saw it early, like, you know what? The only thing valuable on this team is your pitchers.
Why do you want to get rid of all of our stars?
I don't. I don't, Bob. Believe me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our star.
No, I just.
You're
again, I mean, I'm not
representative of the All-Star game.
I'm not going to pretend like I didn't just talk to you about this out there.
No,
so, like, the whole point. No, you know what I mean. Hey, how's your day going? I just asked you 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So my whole point is, you got 2 years of arbitration left, but you have Scott Boras. He's going to be a
guy's a jerk.
Well, he's going to be a $400 million player. So if you're not winning this year, and again, everything it can change. Maybe you are good, but my whole point is, unless something seismic changes, you're not a 95-win team next year.
Yeah, but the value in trading him right now, obviously, is the term for a team. I mean, it's Boyd all over again, with the exception that Skubal's a hell of a lot better.
It's Fulmer.
Exactly. Well, Fulmer's another one, right?
Yeah.
But here's my point: Orioles, Yankees. These are teams like the Yankees are dying for pitching, and a lefty in that ballpark.
And the Orioles have too many hitters.
So give them to me.
Yes.
Give them to me.
And your pitching depth is fine here.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, if you went to the Orioles and said Tariq Skubal for Jackson Holiday, who says no?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would. We talked about this.
Yes, I think Scott Harris says no.
Normally,
okay. I'm making a point. No, you can ask for the moon and stars, and if people say no, you don't do it.
You see, this is the thing, though, and I can't wait till he talks. Right? He's got to talk eventually.
Well, that'll be spring training.
Maybe it's a trade deadline, right? Eventually, he's got to talk, because is his mindset right now just business as usual, or is his mindset this is going awful? And I need to do something.
Choice A. I really believe in my heart the plan for the Tigers and the Red Wings is the same. It's no different.
Okay, so when
it's
they
just long runway, pragmatic, no urgency, and let's face it, and you know this, don't lie to me, Bob.
What?
When big things happen in sports, when bold things happen, the owner's involved. The owner has an urgency
the
to
owner's
it.
pushing it usually.
And that's not happening.
But
clearly.
when you're Scott Harris, if your plan is this, right? I mean, this is still his plan. Chris Ilitch or him, it's his plan. When your plan is we go in with this mindset that young guys have to get bats, and then it fails spectacularly, you got to have a backup, don't you?
No.
You have to have some.
Not when there's flow chart. Make a flow chart for him, Bob. Flow chart back to owner. If the owner does not have urgency, or in the case of the Pistons, the owner doesn't know the playoffs have started, you're not going to get what you want.
No, the
Tom
mistake
Doris has made the call. Are we in the playoffs?
The mistake that
when is
Rieger
Bird
makes.
Magic game?
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard those two are pretty good.
Hey, did we get the French kid in the lottery? No, that was last year, Tom.
The mistake that Rieger makes is he thinks like these ball clubs or whatever reassess what they need to do like every day.
Right.
No, I do not.
Yes, you do.
No,
every day.
no,
It's like,
I don't.
Do you
No,
think
it's
he's
o-
urgent today?
But it's okay
what about
for
today?
us to do that.
Right.
But remember, I reassessed the offensive plan in the offseason. I have every right
we
to sit
all
here and
did.
tell you this is
Exactly.
not good for me. This is bad.
And they'll have to reassess it, but I don't think it's right now.
But you don't think it's crazy at the now again if they catch fire
at the deadline? No, I don't think that's
But
crazy.
if this team is middling, 7-8 games out of first at the deadline, 500, how do you not at least quietly pick up the phone and go, all right, what could I get for this guy? Because otherwise you got to go to Chris and go, I need 400 million.
I have a better idea.
I need 400 million crazy puffs.
Do the Avila plan and announce that you're
dear.
trading him.
And then say there's no market.
Right, there's no value
There's
for this
no
man.
more. Well, we tried to trade Nick. Nobody wanted him. Next question.
Yeah, that didn't spoil the relationship or anything.
Uh-oh. All right. Rico, business, or are you good?
No,
We're good.
he's good, yeah.
What are you guys hitting next?
We're going to talk a little golf. He signed his little contract
I heard
today.
that.
Yeah. Nice deal for him.
He called the midday show.
Greatest reclamation project in Detroit sports history.
That'll be the district. All right, we're out of here. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2.
Maybe Rashid.
Yeah.
97.1.
JD Martinez.